Good morning. Obake, welcome. Wezo, Amara, Kwaba. And I'm seeing some familiar faces because last year we were here for the EELL 2025, not necessarily here in this hall, but we convened again for an important event. My name is Malti Saida Sadiq. I'm a multiple award-winning journalist with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, and I'm excited to be your host again for this year. As I mentioned, last year we were here together. We were in a conference together for EEL Accra 2025 by the Pan-African Center for Climate Policy. This particular time around is important because we're zoning down on girls in STEM, and I'm sure a lot of you, it touches your heart at the core. That's why you are here today. When I read around it, when I was told that this was our theme this year, and the theme, let me read it to you so that it reflects on all the conversations that we're going to be having this morning or today, is empowering girls through STEM for environmental solutions, lifelong learning as a catalyst for sustainable change. We all agree that women or girls are an important part of our population that we cannot deny or underestimate or relegate to the background. We feel the consequences of it because they exist. And as I said, when I was reading about it, seeing the less percentage of women in the engineering workforce in Africa, which we all know, right? Because things have contributed to this today. Either role models are not there so much. It's getting better. I want to believe that we agree that we're getting better role models. When you think about the National Science and Maths quiz alone, the quiz mistress is a huge example of that. Socioeconomic issues, as in if parents, guardians are willing to go the long haul to invest in their children's STEM education, girls for that matter. Cultural norms as well, wearing these heavy duty shoes or boots to be in a mining place, in a science-dominated place, whether we are welcoming that idea so well. Are we having enough boot camps to have the girls together to brainstorm on what practical solutions that we can, create and adapt that would help us? And the problems are all around us. June 29th is still fresh on our minds, and the floods and the waters. And it is science and innovative solutions that would help us. Because we kept saying it's an engineering problem. Where are the engineers? The engineers said these are the solutions. Maybe we need the political willpower. But ultimately, these are the stakeholders that are involved. And if the engineers are women or men, they are engineers and they'll have solutions for our problems. So it's important that we're convening here today to talk about girls in STEM, environmental solutions. Climate change is upon us. It is everything that we do, whether we like it or not. If your house was not flooded, by your neighbor's was. If your neighbor is building in a waterway, well, tomorrow you're in danger. So whether we like it or not, we are all involved, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much for committing to be here, because the more we talk, the more we act on what we say, the more the solutions get better, and hopefully we get investment and support for the solutions. You see brilliant ideas. There's this young company in Tamale that is doing sanitary pad out of banana stem, Kudu technology. And the leads of the company, there are girls in it, and they went to UDS and they did science. So there's hope for the future if we collectively put the horse to the cart together. Ladies and gentlemen, today we'll have a very short conference. We'll have speeches and then we'll have a panel discussion. I'll let you know who is going to handle the panel. She's one woman I admire. From last year, she was here at the conference and she did a lot of work as well. But before that, let's understand why we are here. Bismarck Eshan is going to come and tell us what the welcome address is and the purpose of this gathering this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's give him a round of applause and ourselves for being here this early for this all-important program. Bismarck, please. Thank you.
Good morning, and we apologize for starting late. Yeah. Distinguished guests of honor, honorable ministers and government representatives, leaders, researchers, academics, environmental professionals, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the second edition of EEAL, that's Environmental Education and Lifelong Learning. On behalf of the organizers, our partners, sponsors, and collaborating institutions, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to each of you for joining us at the ISSER Conference Hall. Your presence reflects our shared commitment to advancing environmental sustainability through education, innovation, and collaboration. Today's conference is more than an annual gathering. It is the continuation of a growing movement that recognizes environmental education as one of the most important investments we make in Africa's future. The challenges before us, climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, resource depletion, and environmental injustice, cannot be solved by technology alone. They require informed citizens, empowered communities, responsive institutions, and visionary leadership. Our inaugural conference laid a strong foundation. It demonstrated the importance of bringing together educators, policymakers, scientists, civil society organizations, students, traditional authorities, development partners, and the private sector to exchange ideas and build meaningful partnerships. The discussions from our first conference highlighted the urgent need to integrate environmental education into formal and informal learning systems, strengthen community participation, and also promote lifelong learning as a pathway of sustainable development. Recommendations from the conference have continued to inspire dialogue and actions among our partners. They also challenge us to move beyond conversation toward measurable impact. This year's conference represents the next step in the journey. Our theme, Empowering Girls through STEM for Environmental Solutions, lifelong learning as a catalyst for sustainable change, reminds us that the future of environmental sustainability depends on how well we prepare the next generation, especially the girls and young women, to become innovators, scientists, engineers, environmental leaders, entrepreneurs, and policy influencers. Across Africa, girls face barriers in accessing quality STEM education and leadership opportunities. Yet, history consistently shows that when girls are educated, empowered, and given equal opportunities, entire communities benefit. They become agents of innovation, resilience, and inclusive development. Environmental challenges demand fresh perspective, diverse leadership, and inclusive solutions. By investing in girls' education in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we are not simply promoting gender equality. We are strengthening Africa's capacity to develop locally driven environmental solutions that are innovative, practical, and sustainable. However, empowering girls alone cannot happen in isolation. It requires supportive families, inclusive schools, committed governments, forward-looking policies, responsible industries, engaged communities, and strategic partnerships across sectors. It requires mentors who inspire, institutions that invest, and leaders who create opportunities. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from distinguished speakers, researchers, policymakers, educators, and young leaders who are shaping the future of environmental education across Africa and beyond. We will explore emerging research, successful community initiatives, innovative technology, and practical policy solutions that can transform educational learning into meaningful environmental action. It should be measured by the partnership we establish, the policies we influence, the research collaboration we initiate, the educational programs we strengthen, and the opportunities we create for young people, particularly girls, to lead environmental transformation. As we look beyond this conference, our vision is clear. We envision a stronger continental network for environmental education and lifelong learning that connects government, universities, schools, research institutions, civil society organizations, development agencies, indigenous and local knowledge holders, and the private sector. Together, we can develop collaborative research, expand teacher capacity, promote environmental literacy, strengthen STEM education, support youth innovation, and contribute meaningfully to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, the African Union's Agenda 2026, and national climate and biodiversity commitment. We also aspire to establish EEL, that's Environmental Education Lifelong Learning, as Africa's premier platform for dialogue, knowledge exchange, policy innovation, and collaboration action in environmental education and lifelong learning. Through this platform, we hope to inspire lasting partnership that will extend beyond these 2 days and generate tangible outcome for communities across the continent. We begin this conference today. As we begin this conference today, I encourage each participant to engage openly, share generously, challenge constructively, and collaborate intentionally. The ideas exchanged here have the potential to influence classrooms, communities, institutions, and national policies across Africa. Together, we move from knowledge to action. Together, let us transform education into environmental stewardship. Together, let us empower girls to become the scientists, innovators, engineers, environmental leaders, and decision makers who will shape a more resilient and sustainable Africa. I wish you all a productive, engaging, and inspiring conference. Thank you for your presence, your partnership, and unwavering commitment to environmental education and lifelong learning. May our deliberation over the next 2 days inspire practical solutions that create lasting impacts for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's do it better for Bismarck Deshan, who today has spoken as the conference manager in his welcome address. So he said a lot, let's partner, let's talk, thought-provoking discussions, let's challenge each other so that it will be better. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gabriel Nikome Adams. He's coming to speak on unlocking STEM. Just a minute, so that we understand and put it in proper perspective. I'll read it to you. Mr. Gabriel will be speaking on unlocking Africa's green future, the power of girls in STEM, environmental stewardship, and social innovation. Yes, sir. Please join me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my sister, for the kind introduction. My name is Gabriel Nikome Adams, and I'm the executive director for a company called the Glaco Holding Limited. I'm sure most of you know the Lacanstar Hotel, which is located around the airport area. Lacanstar Accra and Lacanstar Kumasi. My company owns the Lacanstar Hotel and many other businesses in Ghana. We've been around since 1982, and we are 44 years this year. I am very much privileged to be given this opportunity and to stand on the behalf of my organization, and also as a girl child education and climate change advocate to be part of this year's conference as a guest speaker. I'll be speaking on the topic Empowering Girls for Africa's Green Future, STEM, Innovation, and Lifelong Learning. So, Chairperson, distinguished fellow panelists, policymakers, educators, researchers, development partners, young innovators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning to all of you. I am honored to contribute to this important discussion. I, first of all, would like to commend the Pan-African Center for Climate Policy and the organizing committee for creating a platform that places girls, education, and environmental sustainability at the center of Africa's development agenda, particularly Ghana's development agenda. My central message is simple. The African girl must not be regarded merely as a beneficiary of sustainable development. She must be recognized, educated, and empowered as one of its principal architects. Of course, Dr. Kwijagri of blessed memory said that if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. But if you educate a man, you educate an individual. And it is so true and rightly posited, and that we can see that even in our Ghana's demographics statistics, we are being told after every census that the women outnumbered the men. Yet, in most of the positions that we see in various institutions and organizations, even in school, we see that mostly, sometimes our girls, our boys outnumbered the girls. Empowering girls for Africa's green future. Now, the question is, how can governments, educational institutions, industry, and communities work together to ensure that we empower girls for Africa's green future? Now, in attempting to answer this question, I'll begin by saying that we first of all need to recognize that no single institution can empower girls alone. No single institution can empower girls alone. We need a complete ecosystem that supports girls from the early education, that's a foundational stage, the formative stage of girls' education, very, very fundamental, through the higher learning. So it must begin from the foundation to the higher learning, from scratch to the top. And of course, not just education, but even employment and entrepreneurship and leadership. We must make sure that we recognize girls as we begin to think about efforts to empower girls. We recognize that we cannot do it alone. These various institutions that I've mentioned has a role to play in the empowerment of girls. Government must provide gender-responsive policies and dedicated funding to the empowerment of girls, as far as empowering girls in STEM education is concerned. This includes well-equipped laboratory sciences or science laboratories, reliable electricity and internet access, scholarships, safe transportation, disability inclusive facilities. In most of the schools, you see that we don't have disability inclusive facilities, and that is quite worrying. And appropriate sanitation in schools. These are not secondary matters. These are primary matters that we must take serious as a government and as a people. And of course, as institutions that are interested in helping to empower women, girls in STEM. They determine whether many girls will enter or remain and succeed in STEM. Educational institutions must also move beyond teaching science only for examinations. STEM education should be practical, creative, and connected to real environmental challenges. Students should be encouraged to design water purification systems, monitor air quality, develop climate-smart agricultural tools, build renewable energy prototypes, and find innovative uses of water. Now, industry must also provide mentorship, internships, apprenticeships, equipment, research to support and also seed funding for female-led environmental innovations. Companies like GLACO, like my company, committed to also STEM education. And let me mention that we are supporting this program with an amount of 30,000 Ghana cedis for my company. Companies such as GLACO and other companies in Ghana should also not wait until young women or young graduates before engaging them. They should be interested in contributing to what will build their capacity before they get to that level. They should work with schools and universities to expose girls to real environmental problems and provide pathways from the classroom to green employment. Communities, our various communities and societies that we live in, must also have a critical role to play. Of course, our chiefs, families also have roles to play, not just in their family, but contributing to the community efforts to also empower our girls. Parents, traditional leaders, religious leaders, and local mentors must challenge the belief that science and engineering are primarily for boys. Science is not for boys only. And if you go to Kolebu, you'll see that most of the doctors are actually men and not women. And so you find doctors, 10 doctors, you find there's about 6 of them being males, and then you find there's 4 being females. That is a trend that we're currently seeing in our various health institutions. It must change. Now, participation is not complete merely because a girl enters a science classroom. It becomes very meaningful, very, very important. Now, I would like to bring your attention to one thing, and I want to invite all of you to imagine a young girl growing up in a rural African community. This young girl walks several kilometers to school. She studies under difficult conditions. Her community is struggling with polluted water, poor sanitation, especially girls in the rural areas where we have galamsey there, unreliable electricity, declining soil fertility, flooding or prolonged drought. Yet, when she looks at these challenges, she does not see only action. She sees questions waiting to be answered and problems to be solved. And some questions that came to this girl's mind or on her mind are as follows. Why can't we harvest rainwater for homes or for our homes? Why can't solar energy power our schools? Why do our crops fail when the rain is delayed? Why should plastic waste destroy our community? Why can't technology help us to protect our forests and rivers? Now, that girl is not merely a victim of environmental or Africans' environmental challenges. She may be a scientist who develops drought-resistant crops. She may become the engineer who designs an affordable water purification systems. Indeed, the climate researcher who improves early warning systems. The entrepreneur who transforms waste into wealth. Or the policymaker who leads Africa towards a low carbon and a climate resilient future. But we all agree that she can only be any of these things I have mentioned, any of these professions that I have mentioned, only if she gets the opportunity. Only if she gets the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's green future is already present in the dreams of our young ladies, in the dreams of girls. Intelligence and creativity of the girls as well. Our responsibility, all of us, is to unlock it. And that is why the theme for this very important program, Empowering Girls Through STEM for Environmental Solutions, Lifelong Learning, as a catalyst of sustainable change, is rightly placed. The urgency of Africa's green transformation. Africa stands at a defining moment. Our continent is rich in sunlight, wind, forests, minerals, biodiversity, and youthful talent. Yet, we continue to face serious environmental pressures. Climate change is one, deforestation is two, land degradation is also another problem we face, illegal mining, polluted waters. Now, you are even afraid to drink water because you don't know whether the water is treated well, polluted, or whatever. Even the bottled water is a problem. And that's the problem and the reality that we must deal with. Coastal erosion, poor waste management, biodiversity loss, and increasing unpredictable weather. Unpredictable weather. And recently, we all know what happened to Accra after the rains. These challenges are not distant possibilities. They are already affecting our farmers, they are affecting our fish communities, businesses, and of course, our schools and families. They are threatening livelihoods, increasing inequality, and placing the future of millions of young people at risk. But Africa's environmental crisis is not an invitation to innovate. The question is not whether Africa has the intelligence to solve these problems. We do. We do have the intelligence, and I believe we do. Ghana has the solutions. We have the men, we have the women, but today we are talking about girls. We are talking about women. Of course, we must have women, of course, because girls grow to become women. The question, of course, as I said, is not whether we have the intelligence. We have what it takes to solve the problem. But the question is whether we are prepared to invest in that intelligence, especially when it exists in a girl whose potential may not be hidden by poverty, discrimination, cultural stereotypes, or lack of opportunity. We cannot build an inclusive green economy while excluding half of our population from the laboratories. Engineering workshops, innovation centers, boardrooms, and policy spaces where the future is being shaped. Now, I make a bold statement and say that girls must not be invited only to witness Africa's green transformation. They must be equipped to lead the process, and we must have a responsibility on ourselves to contribute to this agenda. The power of girls in STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are not simply academic subjects. They are not simply academic subjects. They are instruments for survival, development, and transformation. I strongly believe, and I believe you don't doubt that. STEM education gives young people the power to understand problems, test ideas, and create practical solutions. Not just that, it can also help communities, our various communities, to monitor our hair. And Ghana, I think that recently some scientists are doing so well in air quality monitoring and improvement. That in the University of Cape Coast, the physics department has initiated a project to monitor the air quality that we breathe in Cape Coast. And I think the findings have been very, very practical. And I think that there's a department that is also doing same in the University of Ghana, which I'm aware, collaboration with the University of Cape Coast Physics Department. These are some of the things that we must encourage. Very important. Now, in our communities, just as I said, it can help us to monitor the air and water quality, develop renewable energy systems. I need to have water here, respectful. Very, very important. Develop renewable energy systems, improve agricultural productivity, predict floods, and manage waste. Also restore degraded lands, and I hear that most of our lands have not been reclaimed after the mining, and it's killing a lot of our people, especially girls, in the mining areas, especially the rural areas. And some people have also had their issues also as a result of this. We know what is happening in this country. It's very, very important that we highlight that and build climate resilient infrastructure as well. Yet too many African girls are still made to believe that science is too difficult. When I was growing up, I mean, that was a perception, that mathematics was difficult because my mathematics teacher used to beat me every day. 1 + 1, if you don't say it, beats you. 22 minus this, it beats you. And so I had the perception that, oh, half of mathematics is difficult. So every maths class, I would just find my way somewhere. After maths class, then I come back to the class. Interestingly, some of the girls were also doing the same because they were being beaten anytime they failed to provide accurate answers to mathematical questions. I'll take the point again. Very, very important to highlight that. Yet, too many African girls are still made to believe that science is too difficult. Engineering is for boys. Technology is not for them. And leadership belongs to someone else. These messages may not always be spoken openly, but they are communicated through low expectations, limited mentorship, unequal access to tools, and the absence of women role models in technical fields. We must replace these barriers with a new message. You belong to science. You belong to engineering. That is what we want to tell the girls, that you belong to science, you belong to engineering, you belong to technology. You belong to wherever Africa's future is designed. And this is what we must tell our girls. When a girl enters STEM, it does more than transform one's life. We expand the problem-solving capacity of the entire continent. A girl who learns coding can develop an application that can actually connect farmers to climate information. Now, yes, some ladies in the UCC have developed an app where when they show it to any crop, they can know whether the crop is healthy or the crop is actually facing some disease or some sort. And they are able to resolve that by the solutions that is professed by that app. And that is what STEM education does to girls. It's very, very important. A girl who learns coding, like I said, can develop an application that connects farmers to climate information. A girl who studies engineering can also design clean energy systems for underserved communities. A girl who understands environmental science can help restore polluted rivers and degraded ecosystems. A girl who is encouraged to innovate can provide solutions to architectural errors, and also can build an enterprise that creates jobs while protecting the planet. Now, talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. That is another challenge. Our duty is to close that gap. That gap, we must close it. That gap must be closed. And how can we close that gap? It is the solutions that now we are all trying to ponder over while as we share our thoughts on this very important thing. Environmental stewardship must begin also with education. Ladies and gentlemen, environmental protection cannot depend solely on laws, institutions, and enforcement. These are essential, but lasting change begins with education. And that's why the long life learning aspect of this conference is one I take, very, very key and very important. Environmental education must start early, continue throughout life, and extend beyond the classroom. It must help people understand not only what it is happening in their environment, but also how they can make choices or professions, and that can help them also become part of the solution to deal with these challenges. A child who learns to protect water today may become an engineer who designs sustainable water systems tomorrow. A student who understands the dangers of plastic pollution may become an entrepreneur who develops biodiversity and other products that remains an alternative to solutions in our environment. A community that understands the value of waterlands and forests is more likely to defend them. This is why lifelong learning is very important and very, very key in our lives. Climate change will continue to reshape our economies, industries, and ways of living. The knowledge and skills we have today may not be enough for the challenges of tomorrow. Teachers must continue learning. Professionals must update their knowledge. Institutions must adapt. Communities must have access to reliable and understandability of our climate information. Environmental education must also very important, must be very, very practical. So therefore, our schools, we should encourage our schools to become living laboratories of sustainability. Let students learn through tree planting, recycling, and these days we don't even encourage students to do tree planting in our schools. Accra is full of, some bad environment. You go here and the sun is always scorching and all that. Is it because we don't have too many trees in Accra? And in our schools, we can't plant trees as a way of teaching the girls, that environmental, information that we teach them in school is also can be also appreciated through some level of practicality in what they do. The demonstration alone will teach them something and inculcate some discipline in them. We don't do it, and this is very bad. Now, let us move from teaching children merely to define climate change to empowering them to design solutions to it. And that's what I emphasize. Education must not simply prepare young students or young people to pass examinations. It must prepare them to protect their life, serve society, and sustain the planet. Now, let's look at social innovation, and I'll be concluding my speech very soon. I'm past the 10 minutes, but I think it's important I highlight some key points here, as I also would listen to my other colleagues. Social innovation, turning knowledge into impact. And I have seen through learning and through my exponential learning, of course, let me highlight that one, and also thoughts shared by some experts, academicians, and all that, that knowledge becomes truly powerful when it improves people's life. All your knowledge as a medical doctor, remains non-impactful. It's not impactful if you don't, use that knowledge acquisition to actually transform somebody's life, to provide a solution, medical solution to somebody, and all that. And so it is very important that we highlight that point. Social innovation connects science and technology with the everyday needs of community or everyday needs of communities. It asks a simple but important question. How can we use what we know to solve problems in a way that is affordable, inclusive, and sustainable? Africa does not need only expensive technologies imported from elsewhere. We need locally grounded solutions designed with communities and adapted to our realities. And most of the hubs that the technologies that we buy to our schools can actually be designed and actually be made here in Ghana. We just need to challenge our students, and they will do better. A solar-powered irrigation system that supports, and that's some of the example. A solar-powered irrigation system that supports a smallholder farmer is also a social innovation. A low-cost sensor that alerts a community to contaminated water is also a social innovation. A digital platform that provides local language, weather information, is also a social innovation. A project that trains women to transform waste into marketable products is also a social intervention. A young person who turns an environmental problem into a sustainable enterprise is not merely creating a business. It's not merely creating a business. Unfortunately, Zoom Lion was created by a man and not a woman. I want to see, at some point in the life of this country, a woman also coming up with something bigger than, much more bigger than Zoom Lion has shown us that example. Very, very important. That person is creating hope and dignity and also opportunity. Girls must be placed at the center of this movement. If we really want to champion this agenda, I want to see that, and of course, we have demonstrated that example here. And as I see through the audience, I realize that the girls or women at the moment, and for the purpose of this discussion and for the team, I would like to respectfully address all the women here as girls. So the girls outnumber the men or the boys. So we can see here that clearly the girls are many than the boys. And for the men, I'm also describing you as boys respectfully, just to make meaning of the team. Very important. Now, They understand many of the challenges affecting their households and communities because they often experience them directly. That is girls. They live, their experiences that they have lived with are not weaknesses. They are valuable sources of insight and innovation. We must therefore create spaces where girls can identify community problems, develop ideas, build prototypes, test solutions, and receive the mentorship and funding needed to scale up their innovations. And recently, I noticed that some NGOs that apply for funding, and there are some girl-centered, NGOs that apply for the same funding. There are about 5 NGOs, 3 girl-specific, advocacy NGOs, plus 2 other men-led girls advocates. And they gave it to the men and left the girls. It was so sad. I don't know what went into the justification and the selection. But if we really want to empower STEM and girls, these are some of the things that we need to advocate against. That's very, very important. Now, let's ask this question. Let's make it very blunt. I mean, when we are talking about STEM and we are talking about empowerment and all that, we are also asking about, the impact of the education that we give to our girls in the school and how we can guide them to make sure that that impact is also something that, is sustainable. And so it is very important that, just not just the scientists teaching the girls in the laboratory and all that, but we also have to build that their confidence to be able to utilize that knowledge that has been acquired into something very useful and meaningful in our society. Now, from promises to deliberate action. We have done a lot of lip service on promises and we say we are committed to girl child education, we are committed to STEM, we are committed to this and that and all that. Now, let's go into deliberate action. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, conferences are valuable because they bring knowledge, experience, and passion into one space. But the true value of this gathering will be measured by what happens after the speeches that we have given. After all the speeches have ended and we walk away from here, especially from tomorrow, we will see whether we are going to use whatever knowledge that we have acquired through the experiences of others that they have shared and whatever we've done here, we are going to practicalize it after this place. And that is what brings the essence of the conference and the impact that the conference actually will have had on our country and therefore, by extension, Africa. Very important. We must move from admiration to investment and from declarations to measurable actions. Very, very important. Government must strengthen gender-responsive STEM and climate education policies. Schools must provide safe, inclusive learning environments where girls are encouraged to experiment, question, and fail also, but learn and try again. And so when girls fail exams, it is not the end. We must encourage them that if you fail, that doesn't mean that you can't do better. You can do better. You just need to keep trying and trying and trying, and you'll be successful. A story of a young girl who tried the law school exams, the entrance exams, 6 times before he was able to get admission to the law school. Finally, graduated or was called to the bar as the best graduating law, lawyer, or how you can put it. The best graduating. And the UCC happened also one student who had 4.0 CGPA. At the time when she was applying for the university, she kept being rejected because she didn't have the required, cut-off grade points. She had to go back and write the WASI at Ideal College or something, and they went to the university. Now she graduated at the overall best students. So these are some of the examples that we are talking about. It's very important. Teachers must be equipped to challenge the gender stereotypes and make science practical and relevant. And in those circumstances, should we stereotype any lady by looks, the way she presents herself and all that? We should be able to give all girls opportunity. Universities and research institutions must create mentorship, scholarship, and internship pathways for young women. Businesses must invest in green skills, support female-led enterprises, and open their industries to young innovators. Development partners must finance community-based solutions with long-term impacts. Parents must nurture the curiosity of their daughters with the same seriousness with which they nurture the ambitions of their sons. And even in their homes, no discrimination. And our young people must be given a genuine seat at decision-making tables, not as symbol participants. or symbolic participation in the decision-making process, but as partners whose ideas carry weight. We also need partners or partnership that connect schools, communities, universities, industry, and government together. A promising idea developed by a girl in the science-related club should not end on an exhibition table. And of course, with just a suggestion at the panel discussion stage, I'd like to hear from experts on how we can bring back the science education clubs that we used to have in schools. Now we no longer have it in most of the schools. That was also helping. We also need importantly, need to have a promising idea developed by a girl in the school science club, or an idea that will make sure that girls will exhibit what they have in terms of what they have acquired, in the area of STEM education. It should have a pathway to mentorship, incubation, founding, and implementation. Now, a call to courage and collective responsibility. To every girl listening today, I say this: your voice matters, your ideas matters. Your dreams are valid. The challenges around you do not define your limitations. Whether you are beautiful, whether you are not beautiful, according to your own, your own perception, or according to what you think, by way of mindset, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That doesn't define your future, actually. They all reveal your purpose, but actually will not define your future. Do not allow anyone to convince you that science is beyond your ability or leadership beyond your reach. Ask questions, build things, test ideas, seek mentorship, learn from failure, and keep moving forward. The future needs your intelligence, creativity, courage, and passion. To the educators gathered here in this conference, somewhere in your classroom is a girl capable of developing a solution that could transform a community. See her, encourage her, challenge her, give her room to discover what she can become in future. To policymakers, inclusion must be reflected in budgets. Inclusion must be reflected in budgets, infrastructure, our curriculum, scholarships, and national development strategies as well. Good intention without investment will not unlock Africa's green future. Without money, we couldn't have organized this conference. It's very, very important. To our researchers and experts, let us bring science closer to the people. Let us communicate knowledge in ways that communities can understand and use. Research must not only fill journals, it must help fill empty water tanks, restore exhausted, or restore things that are threatening our environment, protect threatened livelihoods, and improve human well-being. And to all of us, environmental stewardship is not somebody else's responsibility. It is a shared obligation that we must, across the generation, embrace and ensure that we contribute our quota to that. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's green future will not be unlocked by technology alone. It will be unlocked by people, educated people, empowered girls, courageous innovators, responsible leaders, and communities that understand that development and environmental protection must move together. Because without that, we cannot move on and move forward as a country. Imagine an Africa where every girl, regardless of her location or background, can access quality education, but would emphasize STEM education. Imagine an Africa where young women led renewable energy companies, or are leading renewable energy companies, climate research centers, environmental institutions, and green enterprises. Imagine schools producing not only graduates, but problem-solving experts. Imagine communities where innovation creates jobs while protecting our rivers, our forests, coastal lines, and farmlands. The Africa in Ghana that is possible, and the Ghana that is possible for us to achieve this depends on all of us, our collective efforts. But the possibility requires commitments. Commitment that requires action, and action that must begin now. Let us leave this conference determined to open more doors, build more laboratories, support more teachers, and mentor more girls, finance more innovations, and protect the natural systems upon which every life depends on. All of us, our life depends on. This is why we will continue to support this conference every single year with the best that we can do to make sure that we sustain this program, and of course, for this program to make the necessary impact that it seeks to make in society and in our country, Ghana, and Africa as a whole. If we educate a girl in STEM, we unlock her potential. That is true statement. If we empower her to innovate, we strengthen her community. If we give her the opportunity to live, we transform our continent. And if we combine her brilliance with environmental stewardship and social inclusion, we will not merely imagine Africa's green future, we will build it together. Together, let us create an Africa where no girl's potential is wasted, no community is left behind, and no generation inherits a planet poorer than the one that was received. The future is green, the future is inclusive, the future of Ghana and Africa is very, very green. And our girls must be at the heart and core of every development agenda of the country and in the African continent. On this note, I thank you so much for the attention, and may God bless Ghana and the African continent.
We can do it better, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a lot that he has expanded on. Gabriel Nikome Adams. And now that I know that you're the General Secretary of the NDC in the Central Region, you talked about budgets. So are women included in today's budgets that will be read? We must be. Okay, we'll definitely know at 2 p.m., but hopefully substantially women or girls are covered in STEM education as well. You know, yesterday I was at the AU Health Summit at the ISSER Hotel where the president spoke, and I ran into a gentleman who's been watching the morning show, and we got talking. I ran an NGO, a maternal health NGO in Tamale, and so I was talking about, you know, the way the nurses are leaving, access to healthcare, the CHIPS compounds, maternal deaths, because somebody had just also reported to me that the said Kaswa Mother and Child Hospital, her sister's daughter who just completed nursing school had lost her life there as well, because they were not sure if they should operate, they should do the CS there, should they refer, should they do it there. Somebody ended up doing it, and they suspected foul play, that the person was not experienced enough. But you know, and sometimes decision making and the time to make a decision and to have the confidence to say that, you know, take me out of here so that I can go somewhere where there's better care. We have to be able to learn that. We have to be able to educate each other that you own your own agency to help yourself when you are in danger like that and you sense that there's something wrong. But I say that because the doctor mentioned how Ridge Hospital, instead of 19 critical care nurses, they have just 3 now. 3, and they are women. And all of the others have left. They are not in this country anymore. And the fact that that is experience that has left. So we've trained them. This is a STEM gap. We've trained them. They are gone to another economy, to another dispensation to help their health infrastructure and their health human resource. So if we talk about budgets, if we talk about all this, what are we doing to ensure comfort, retention? If you go to the rural communities, the CHIP compounds, and you see what the nurses have to contend with the women on motorcycles, on you know what, we have to better look at that. We're in the cities, we don't know what is happening out there. I'll challenge us to travel and see. But all this puts it in perspective. He mentioned bring back the science clubs in schools, ensure that girls are part of it. We hope to see a CEO of Zoom Lion kind of being a woman one day. We saw in the flood videos the women throwing the banshee and things in the gutters. We are part of this problem, so we must be part of the solution. So all of that you've expanded on, boardrooms, innovative centers, conversations that should be had. It all puts in perspective what the UNESCO reports say about how lagging behind girls are in STEM education on the African continent. Thank you so much, Mr. Gabriel Nikome Adams. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I will read a brief profile before I invite our next speaker. She is an accomplished STEM education leader and the director of the National STEM Resource Unit, widely recognized for influential role in transforming STEM teaching and learning across the country, with extensive experience in curriculum development, teacher professional development, STEM policy implementation, and structural resource coordination. She continues to drive national efforts to strengthen the quality of STEM education. She serves in very key leadership positions within the Ghana Education Service, championing innovation, activity-based instructional approaches that enhance classroom practice and align with teaching methodologies with global STEM standards. And if there are others who do it better than us, of course, we want to learn from them. And this is a woman who has been understanding how better we can be at our STEM. As director of the National STEM Resource Unit, she leads nationwide capacity building programs and oversees development and dissemination of STEM teaching materials. Very important. So she's been to conferences globally. She's been to Virginia, US, Japan, Malaysia, Kenya, Zambia, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Nigeria. So Africa perspective and then the larger Western perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mrs. Olivia Sewo-Parry, Director, National STEM Resource Unit with the Ghana Education Service, the Ministry of Education. She's wearing many hats this morning, representing the ministry and the service here to come and speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam MC. Hello, everyone. A very good morning to us all. In fact, today I'm blessed. I'm blessed because the shoes that I am stepping in is too big for me. But once I've been sent by the whole Honorable Minister for Education, who is in the person of Honorable Haruna Idrusu, what can I say? I'm so humbled to be with you on this important matter, empowering girls through STEM for sustainable solutions, lifelong learning as a catalyst for sustainable change. And I bring you greetings from him, that is HM, and then my own Director General of Ghana Education Service, who is in the person of Professor Ernest Kofi Davis. We don't have a chair. Do we have a chair? Okay. Now everybody is a chair in this house. So, chairpersons, the Executive Director of the Pan-African Center for Climate Policy, representatives of development partners, academia, representatives of civil society organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I say good morning. I bring you warm greetings from the Ministry of Education, especially from the Honorable Minister for Education and his management, as well as the Director General of Ghana Education Service and the entire management team. I also extend my sincere appreciation in the organizers for bringing together policymakers, educators, researchers, development partners, and young people to discuss an issue that is both urgent and full of opportunities. All that I am reading is not from me, it is from the Honorable Minister. It is a great privilege to join you today at this conference to address two urgent and connected priorities: environmental education and lifelong learning, and empowering girls through STEM to design solutions for Africans' environmental challenges. This gathering is not merely about education. It is about our survival, sustainability, and the leadership required to navigate the ecological crisis of our time. The theme, Empowering Girls Through STEM for Environmental Solutions in Africa, recognizes the importance of STEM education in addressing the present climate challenges confronting our continent, and more specifically, the indispensable role of women. Across Africa, we are experiencing the effects of climate change, environmental degradation, pollution, loss of biodiversity, and increasing pressure on our natural resources. These challenges affect our health, food security, livelihoods, and this future of our children. Yet, within these challenges lies an opportunity to inspire a new generation of problem solvers. That generation includes our girls. When we empower girls with quality education, especially in science, technology, engineering, and then mathematics, we do much more than prepare them for careers. We equip them with the confidence, creativity, and critical thinking skills to identify problems, develop practical solutions, and become leaders in building sustainable communities. In Ghana, education remains one of our strongest investments in national development. Through the Ministry of Education and its agencies, we continue to expand opportunities for STEM education. The ministry has ensured that environmental education and lifelong learning are integral components of the Ghanaian curriculum, from kindergarten through senior high schools. That is SHS and SHTS. The curriculum is designed to equip learners with the knowledge, skills, values, attitudes needed to understand the dynamic and evolving nature of the environment and to promote responsible environmental stewardship. Environmental concepts are therefore infused across all subjects and learning areas rather than being confined to a single discipline. The ministry is also strengthening teacher capacity, improving learning resources, promoting digital technologies, and encouraging inquiry-based learning. We are equally committed to ensuring that more girls participate and succeed in STEM. Every girl, whether she lives in a city, a rural community, or a coastal village, deserves the opportunity to discover her talent and contribute meaningfully to national and continental development. Across our schools, we are witnessing encouraging examples of what is possible. Girls are designing innovative projects. Mr. Kwame, and to other participants, things have changed. Girls are now developing projects to solve their community challenges in the area of sanitation, energy, transportation, lights, etc. We are really doing well. Things have changed. Ever since we changed our curriculum to standard-based, we have given that platform for the girls to come out with what they know in the area of STEM education. Thank you. So, innovative projects that promote recycling, conserve weather, explore renewable energy, improving sanitation, and applying technology to solve environmental challenges within their communities. These experiences are nurturing leadership, innovation, and a sense of responsibility towards that environment. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent times, programs including within the Ghana Education Service and the ministry, we have the following programs for girls, right from the foundational level to senior high school. We have a program known as Girls in Tech under the Ghana Education Service and with support from UNESCO. They have trained 120 girls within the eastern and northern region of Ghana, and the program is projected to cover the central and Ashanti region by the close of 2026, and we hope to have it done across the country. Similarly, UNESCO and other development partners, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, Ghana Education Service, and the National STEM Resource Unit, continues to celebrate International Day for Women and Girls in Science, ICT, Mathematics, where thematic areas and on contemporary environmental challenges such as galamsey are used as practical case studies. And they come out with very vibrant projects to solve these challenges. As evidence to the significant efforts in girls in STEM education, the Methodist Girls Senior High School, that is McGee's, in Manfin, within the eastern region of Ghana, they emerged winners of the major international robotics awards, including the 2019 World Robotics Competition in Michigan, USA, and the 2020 World Robotics and Coding Competition, that is by Kodazi, junior level league. And as a result of these brilliant achievements by the school, MTN has built a robotic hub for them, and they are doing very well in that area. So we can do it better. Let's clap for them. MTN is doing very well. They are really promoting STEM education across the country by building robotic hubs for our school, especially in our girls' schools. Also, Efia Kobi Ampim Girls Senior High School within the Ashanti region of the country, they have engineering club, and they have equally demonstrated their prowess in engineering by building an autonomous search and rescue watercraft, a model airplane, and an unmanned aerial combat space plane. They designed and successfully flew prototype aircraft, including a naval maritime patrol model named Francisco and an unnamed combat drone named Gaff, Josephine, for the Ghana Air Force. That is Efia Kobi, and they are also doing very well in that area. The mentorship and role model programs performed through securing STEM Future conferences provide platforms that introduce leadership figures who are vital in breaking the leaky pipeline that often hinders women's achievements. The Girls in ICT program, which is implemented in collaboration with the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology, and Innovation, seeks to train young girls and teachers in digital skills and promotes STEM education. The MSGIC Ghana project, which is an IT initiative that empowers young women aged between 13 to 12 years, are among the girls in STEM initiatives, encouraging them to design innovative technological solutions for local environmental challenges. Despite our progress, significant hindrances remain that we must collectively address. There are gender and participation gaps, with less women in engineering and technical fields, cultural stereotypes, where persistent beliefs that STEM is not for girls continue to discourage young women from pursuing these path resources and infrastructure limitation for a 21st century STEM education. And retention issues, where the leaky pipeline remains a challenge and girls drop out of STEM pathways at higher levels of education. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, addressing these barriers is not just a matter of equity, it is an economic and environmental imperative. To overcome these barriers, the ministry's strategic plans prioritizes, amongst others, to establish a regional STEM resource centers and labs to provide modern facilities for all learners, provide targeted scholarships and financial assistance specifically for girls in STEM programs to remove cost barriers and to equip educators to deliver gender-sensitive and environmentally focused STEM education. And this initiative is going to start right from the preschool level to the senior high school level by the Ministry of Education. Let us applaud for the Honorable Minister for this great initiative. And he is doing it. He's giving us a lot. I call him Papa STEM because as I speak with you, across the country, he has given us equipment in science, mathematics, and for robotics, right from preschool to senior high school. And he's continuing with it. And my unit is so proud of that great initiative. However, empowering girls requires all of us to work together. Governments cannot do it alone. We need strong partnership with schools, families, universities, industry, civil society organizations, and development partners. We can collectively create supportive environment where girls are encouraged to dream, innovate, and excel. As Mr. Kwame said, Africa has one of the youngest populations in the world. This presents an extraordinary opportunity. If we invest in our young people today, particularly our girls, we will build a generation equipped with the knowledge and skills to drive green growth, strengthen climate resilience, and accelerate sustainable development across the continent. Our efforts also contribute directly to the aspirations of the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, especially those relating to quality education, gender equality, climate action, and partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, The future of Ghana will be shaped by the choices we make today. Every girl we inspire to pursue STEM, every teacher we support, every school we equip, and every partnership we build bring us closer to a continent that is more innovative, more resilient, and then more sustainable. Let us therefore commit ourselves to ensuring that no girl is left behind. Let us provide every young woman with the opportunity to learn, innovate, and lead. Let us empower them not to participate in solving environmental challenges, but also to become the scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, and policymakers who will change Africa's future. To conclude, together, we can build an Africa where girls are empowered through STEM. Environmental stewardship becomes a way of life, and lifelong learning drives sustainable development for generations to come. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it better for Mrs. Olivia Sewao-Parry, Director of STEM Education, National STEM Resource Unit of GES. She said a lot that has jumped at a lot of us, I'm sure. And the very proud one is the Methodist girls example she mentioned, and the Ifiakobi girls as well, which we saw in the news, and we're very proud as a country. Robotics is coming here. But the challenge that we throw to ourselves, I remember when Bismarck was giving the welcome address, he talked about challenging ourselves, is how much of the innovation that we're doing that we know across the country, and how much of it we'll embrace and we'll use. You know, sometimes we seem to have a taste for a lot of foreign things than our own. You know, the basmatis. I'm not guilt tripping anybody who eats basmati rice instead of Ghanaian Volta region or Kumbungu local rice. But the kantankes, the sanitary pads by young girls somewhere in Tamale or in Kumbungu who are using banana stem to do it, instead of the global brands that we know. Even when the xenophobia started, the most recent one, some panel members who came on the breakfast show will say, let's boycott every South African product in our supermarkets and blah, 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 because the circular economy, our money keeps going. How are we retaining it just here by consuming everything from start to finish here, right? So when Madame talks about all of these things, it comes into perspective, the sensitization and the exposure of the innovation that we have, and trusting that it is quality and that it works for us. You see, we sometimes even say that, oh, for way the China, Kolano more junior high school, but they still ship it to us and we buy. So we should be able to be comfortable enough to buy ours, support the creation of ours with the best quality materials, and then it will work for us. She talked about girls in tech, 120 of them being trained. She said in the eastern and northern region it's been done. Central and Ashanti will also get theirs, and that is quite a proud step that her unit is doing with the GES and the ministry. Please, another round of applause for Mrs. Olivia, GES and the Ministry of Education. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You're so kind. Up next is a speaker who is from ancestral wisdom to artificial intelligence. This is what she's going to be talking on, empowering girls through STEM for environmental transformation. Amatu Ben Lawal, please join us up here on stage for your presentation. Oh, the beautiful madam, please. She's been following you and I see her nodding and concurring because I believe she has a lot to say to us this morning. Madam Anatu, thank you so much for making the time.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Please, can you hear me? When I was listening, I was actually feeling that the microphone was a little bit quieter. Yeah, I don't know, but that's how I felt. That's why I thought I'll test it when I came up here. Let me begin by saying good morning. It's almost good afternoon. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I have been speaking with Mr. Kaff for a long time, Mr. Kaffrey for a long time, about the same issues that the ministry touched on, what Mr. Adams spoke about. And I was smiling because I've just built the first agri-tech hub for girls in Ghana. It's finished. I haven't finished it, so don't look until next year, but it's finished, and that is the purpose. My name is, before we begin, can I also say something? I'm a little controversial, if I may, because nobody funds me. I'm a social entrepreneur. I decided to go that way to test and prove that Africans, we can actually work and raise our money alone. We don't have to depend and be totally, So I want to mention something. This is a girls' conference, and I see no girls. When I was young, I went to a meeting. Actually, when you're in school and they say something is going on, you just want to go on so that you can escape classes. But actually, I went to listen to a lady. She was called Hawayaku. And she spoke so inspiringly, like how Mr. Adams spoke this morning. And listening to her made me believe that I could make a difference. So when we are having these things and we are having these distinguished guests and we have the entire ministry here, please, let's make an effort to actually make sure that girls are represented here. I know there are beautiful women here, but actual girls, because they hold our future. Thank you for that. I bring you greetings from Tamale. I live in Tamale, and it's also funny because Harina Idrisu is my MP. Yeah, Tamale South. Yeah, that's where we have some of our farms, and that is where we are planning to build our headquarters. My name is Anatu Ben Lawal. I am the Executive Director of Social Innovation Africa. Social Innovation Africa was birthed out of a desire to look at indigenous African wisdom and merge it with all that is good and futuristic, so that we don't lose one, but the other has low methods and a little bit archaic. So how do we bring them together? And I feel, and you can decide that I'm wrong, but I feel that Africa has never charted its own development path. Everything that we have done has been reactive. It has been because USAID had a budget for health, so it went this way. USAID had a budget for whatever, or another donor. I'm not accusing them, but that's what it has been since independence. I'm not accusing anybody, but we have never sat down to actually decide that this is what we want to do. I just finished a research on how we can cause a social enterprise revolution and youth employment in our orange, green, and blue economies. Now, I'm not saying I'm the first to write about that or address that, but when as Africans actually looked at our indigenous stuff, the stuff that is natural to us, the stuff that is our own, and enhance it, even if we end up coming up with the same models that our Western counterparts have come up, but we decided, we chose. And so a lot of our wealth is locked up in our value chains, which we have not explored. So Africa is not poor, but it is poor. It is poor because it has not yet been able to exploit and create value out of its different value chains. It doesn't even know what it has. I always say this, and I'm sure if the president was sitting here, he'll be any president, he would laugh. I always say that if I get to be president, the first thing I'll do is to commission a research on what exactly is under our feet in our soil. What things can we create to let's not even go the export way for now, at local level. The other day I did a test, and I found out that between 4 a.m. I woke up by 6 a.m., 98% of what I'd used in my house was foreign exports. That's the real slavery that we are not addressing. Slavery is no longer chains, etc. I'm not saying people are making us that. I'm just saying that it is very odd that a population of 1.4 billion people have to depend on external aid. Meanwhile, if each of us gave 100 cedis or $10 a year, we could create our own fund. We could fix our AU, We could fix our marketplace, African marketplace. We could create African philanthropy. We could, if each of us paid at least 100 cedis, not a month, per year. So what exactly is our problem? Before I start, I haven't started. So I told you I'm a little controversial, but it's good. So good morning. That's what I had in there. When I was asked to speak on this topic, I was thrilled. Thrilled because I was happy that an awakening was happening. And this awakening didn't start today. When I first came, for many years, I was working as a regional director for many NGOs. So whether it's Action Aid, Water Aid, blah, blah, I was a director, managing a lot of countries and becoming an expert in funding, raising finance, etc., etc. But then I noticed this finance, we kept on getting it, nothing was changing. The story of the continent continues to be the same. I have worked mainly in conflict zones. We have what we call recurring cycles of conflicts over and over and over again. Because of that, at some point, I just decided to get up and go and live in Rwanda. Because I was the regional director, my boss said, okay, you can live in any of the countries that we are, don't come and ask me for relocation fees. You are good to go anywhere you want to go, any of the countries we are based in. So I got up and because I wanted to understand the conflict between the Great Lakes region is extraordinary. The violence, and that's what caused the Ugandan genocide and Rwandan genocide and the Hutus and all of that. I wanted to understand that. So I went to sit in Rwanda and I was working. But I was trying to find out what exactly, how come, even up till today, I met people who still want the genocide to happen. All of this is leading somewhere. I want to let you know that our history as a people is not good enough to just look at the good side and talk about how indigenous wisdom does, but all these things, including these cycles of conflicts, are an issue which affects our development, and we need to learn how to fix it. I think between last year and this year, over 50,000 people have been killed in Sudan. People keep on saying, oh, don't talk about what happens in conflict zones. Why? But I live for those. I keep telling people, if we're a girl or a child or a husband or a wife and your family was trapped in there, wouldn't you like somebody to think about them? Just because we are okay does not mean our neighbors are okay. Just because we are okay in Accra does not mean those in Boku, I have an office in Boku, are okay. And we need to come to a place where these things are not seen in isolation. We talk about circular economy, the development of Africa, the economic, whatever it is. We have to look at the root causes, and the root causes are mainly poverty. That's the reality. And so if we are going to be a sustainable Africa, if we are going to be a peaceful and secure Africa, we have to look at all of this. And how do we now unlock the value that Africa has that has not yet been presented to the world? I think a decade ago, a researcher from America told me that there's uranium in Ghana. She told me there's somewhere in the Ashanti region. Recently, I found something in the Savannah region, a mineral that nobody knows. It's not an expensive mineral, but it's a crystal that people use in Ayurvedic products, etc., etc. And so I began to realize that we have things. We have vegetables, we have all kinds of leaves. Living in the north of Ghana for the last 8 years, I've discovered all kinds of mosses and herbs and whatever that have not yet been brought to any research center and documented. And some of these things are things that people are dying for and will pay for. And so in the last few years, I've dedicated myself to visiting the South countries and learning, especially their pattern of cooperatives. How do they get the cooperatives to manufacture? How do they get them, And I'm working with the Pakistan embassy. They put me on a program for 5 years where I'm doing a learning exchange on how to build an agricultural state. How do you build a nation where every time anybody is somewhere, they are 5 minutes away from a green space that is productive? That is the vision that Pakistan came out with. And interestingly enough, it was one of the places that Osajifu considered coming Nkrumah before he went with Russia. He went to Pakistan first, trying to find out, for whatever reason, I'm not here to accuse him, but I felt that this journey has to happen. We need to stop focusing on the West. What we call the South countries are countries that have been like us. So Brazil, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, etc., etc. I began to explore and look at how they have also harnessed their traditional indigenous ways in simple ways and means to produce, cost production, and meet their citizens, So now I'm come to start. I'll finish soon. So I founded my organization, Social and Innovation Africa, because I got tired of this aid business. that was not going anywhere. And I'm not saying I don't accept funding or, but it is very distinct. Currently, I'm on a project called the EU Spark project we are a consortium, and we are driving the passing of the social enterprise policy. Social entrepreneurship has replaced what is called aid. So we are working with the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry to drive that policy and have it accepted and go to cabinet as soon as possible. And the government has been very supportive because they also want to get onto this. So I'm creating that, and then also the implementation plan. God being so good, at the same time, there's also an agribusiness policy in Parliament. So then we decided that, okay, why don't we, when it is passed, why don't we sit down the implementation plan, make it social enterprises? One channel through which the agribusiness policy can be, and the ministry have been so welcoming. And one of the main things that I talked about was innovation centers. One major one and small ones, because I believe in local production hubs. I believe that innovation is our problem as Africans. When you are not innovative, nobody's interested in what you have to give. Your goods are substandard. People like ideas. People like things that are innovative, they are interesting, they employ technology, etc., etc. So I think that is our core problem as Africans. It's not that we are not producing, it's not that on some level and scale, but the products are not interesting. And I'm not just talking about farm, we don't do value addition, any serious value addition, etc., etc. So how do we now look at transforming our grains into 30 different products? That's why we all go abroad, so that when we come back, we can shop. So we can go to the supermarket and somebody has sat down and done value addition, and we buy it and then we bring it here. Why can't we replicate the same? I went to Finland, and on the way from the airport, my host said, "Oh, let's stop and buy something." And then we stepped into the supermarket, and there were 70 varieties of bread alone. Each of that is one value chain, which is employing over 200,000, 400,000 people. One type of bread. So there's black bread, there's the ones the vegans want, the one the vegans don't want, all kinds of bread, the black bread, and each of them is creating employment. So we have to look at how do we diversify stuff. And so in order to get African innovation, we have to look at our traditional stuff. That's what's interesting. Everybody now is moving towards indigenous stuff because it is healthier, they don't like processed stuff, etc., etc. One of the countries that I'm looking forward to visiting is Guyana. Guyana has become food secure. It's the only country to become food secure. Given that it is a small country, there's still a lot to learn from them. And they are black like us. They have a system in place where they have made sure that everything that they plant and they grow, they are consuming, they are creating value, and they are selling. And they are doing so well. So who says that we can't be the second country to do so? I have so much belief in Ghana, no matter how small we are, that we can do this. We have a very enabling environment here. We have good presidents, whichever side of politics they come from. We have people on it. Ghanaians, we get along. Our environment is enabling, unlike some countries that I've lived in and visited, where you can't go to the next region without the bombs going off, etc. And I think sometimes that we don't look at that as a gift that God has given us and how we can harness that to create productivity. Standing here today, I am reminded that long before the term environmental science appeared in academic journals, our grandmothers and forebears practiced it daily. It was nothing new. They looked at the sky and knew when the rains will fall. I published a paper last year called When the Rains Refuse to Come. I publish a lot on indigenous knowledge, so if you are interested, I write a lot, when the rains will come. I write a lot about climate change and environment and what's happening. So they looked at the soil, they touched its texture, and they knew which crops would thrive. They preserved seeds, they guarded water bodies as sacred, and managed ecosystems with a deep, intuitive reverence. That was an ancestral wisdom, a profound lived understanding of the delicate balance between humanity and the natural world. And frankly, I think that that's where Black people, we've lost something. We have a certain dissonance because we are disconnected from the earth. The earth has always been part of who we are. There has never been a distinction where the earth was separate from us as indigenous people. And I believe that in order for us to heal from this malaise that has plagued us for the last few centuries, we have to return to the land. We have to return to agriculture. We lived with the seasons. We live by that. That is who we are as a people. There are some people who are born for technology, etc. Not that I'm saying that we are not born for technology, but I feel that Africa needs to find what it came and what its purpose is. And I think the main purpose to start off with is agric. We are here to feed the world. Fast forward to today, we stand in an era dominated by rapid technology, where algorithms analyze soil chemistry in seconds, satellites map forest loss in real time, and machine learning optimizes resource distribution. We have entered the age of artificial wisdom. Yet, as we navigate this technological leap, a critical question arises. Who is building, guiding, and applying these tools? It is critical. I'm into agri-tech because my sister is an AI global manager for IBM and Internet of Things. So we are on both sides. We always laugh that we are at either side, extreme side of the coin. And when sometimes I get opportunities or people tell me, oh, do some research around data, big data, etc., you'll be surprised who these people are and how much they are willing not to pay me to get your data. I tell people, your data is important to people. Your Greek data especially is important to people. People pay attention because that's what they used to go and design the products that they come back and sell to you. We don't document anything. We don't take knowledge seriously. But other people are willing to pay good money for it because they go and turn it into those apps and things and products, it informs that, and then they come and sell it to you for millions. What is wrong with us as Africans? We don't document anything. So even our indigenous knowledge, wisdom, nothing written, nothing to be found, nothing to be verified, and that continues to be our loss. Technology alone will not heal our land, save our rivers, or restore our forests. Tools are only as wise as the hands that shape them and the perspectives that guide them. Historically, girls and women across Africa and the global south have been the primary custodians of natural resources. They gather water, we till the land, we harvest crops, I say we because I'm a girl, and sustain households. We are the first to feel the brunt of drought, land degradation, and shifting climate patterns. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Women and girls are always embedded the brunt of the extreme ends of any type of suffering or disaster, including climate, water, etc. Yet when we look at the rooms where environmental technologies, algorithms, and engineering solutions are designed, young women remain underrepresented. Same as in this conference, which is actually about girls. I love you, but I'll repeat it again. I've not seen, is there a girl here? I mean, there are women here, I know. There are young women here. But are there any teen girls? One. Okay, thank you. Enough said. When we empower a girl with STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, something extraordinary happens. I live in the village of Tamale, and I know what I'm talking about. I also work a lot in Savannah region, which is one of the poorest regions in the country. I see what happens when investment is made into these people, these rural populations. Science becomes a tool to validate and scale time-tested local knowledge. Technology becomes a platform to automate, analyze, and expand impact. Engineering becomes a framework to design sustainable, climate-resilient infrastructure. Mathematics becomes her language for measuring change, managing resource systems, and proving feasibility. We talk about job creation for our young people. There is a lot of employment which is virtual. There are people and the young people sitting in Central Region. I'm from the Central Region. I also lived in Cape Coast for a long time. And there are so many jobs, virtual jobs, that people can tap into. When I went to Pakistan, one of the things that amazed me was that you had these incredible farming groups. You see, Pakistan has the population is its challenge, but they have perfected building an agric economy. So what the farmers there do, during the day they farm. Then at night, they go online and they do virtual work. And they enjoy it. And so that extra $60, $70 per night, they live in the most remote places. Some of them have so far from town, but they are doing well. They're not competing with anybody. They're not fighting with anybody like we are. because there's opportunity for all. So we have not really begun to take advantage of technology and what we can do, especially in creating employment for our young people. We keep on talking and talking and talking, and we are yet to actualize this. The next frontier, empowering girls through STEM is not simply an exercise in equity or representation. It is a strategic necessity for Africa's survival, or for Ghana's survival. Again, back to the post-aid aspect. Everybody has withdrawn. We are kind of lurching. Nobody knows what to do. We keep on talking about jobs creation, blah, blah, blah. I'm yet to see a concrete plan. And forgive me if there is one, I haven't seen it yet. Many people are still in poverty, which leads to all kinds of vices. I live in Tamale. I have an office in Boku. I'm glad my sister says she's from Tamale. Everybody, I don't think anybody here knows or doubts the reality of some of the things that are happening. Our young girls, and the things that the lack of employment, lack of focus, poverty, etc., leads them to do or allows it to happen to them. We know child exploitation, child abuse, child marriage, all of these things, they exist because of poverty. I worked in Sierra Leone for a number of years. And when I went there, FGM is an issue there, a major issue. And I didn't understand it before. And one of the things that happened was that the girls used to come to my house. They could not believe that I lived in an apartment by myself, which is normal. When you're, a young person, you hire an apartment. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that somebody like Oprah existed. They couldn't believe that women could have their money. Of course, I'm not talking about the entire Sierra Leone, but the rural girls with whom I worked, they didn't know opportunities existed. They were sentenced to a lifetime of not being able to say no to FGM, because FGM is a cult. I didn't realize that. I thought, oh, archaic practice, they've just not stopped. But there's a whole psychology around it where you are not seen as a girl. You are not a woman. You are an outcast from society if you don't participate. And so the whole thing is, even a woman who perform it are seen as some form of how we see pastors and prophets here. That's how they see it. We did a documentary on it. If you want it, I can share it with you. It's called the Bondo Cult. Now, a lot of these things will not be happening, but for poverty. I cannot tell you, I'm so passionate about entrepreneurship because it is the key to liberating our continent from so many of these stupid things. The inequality, even in the North, the oppression of women or the subjugation of women to, I don't want to talk because it's not my culture, but we all know what it is. It's also because of poverty. You sit down and talk with the men and they know something is wrong. They are not happy about it, but they themselves are also frustrated because they are also wallowing in poverty. We have to tackle and be deliberate about removing ourselves from being this third world country, this lack of opportunity, blah, blah. How can a group of people who have so much abundance be wallowing in so much poverty and difficulty? All of these, the trafficking of girls, the kaya, all of the things that happen to them on the road coming to Accra, when they come and live here, all of that is because of poverty. So I was going to end here, but I can't end without talking about agriculture, which is my passion. I run a number of farms, and also we are going into commercial farming in the Eastern region. The other thing that has happened as well is MTN have very kindly agreed to give us a very, very advanced smart farm, because it's not enough to talk about things. You want to see them as well. So next month they are coming to build a very smart farm with drones flying all over and greenhouses, etc., where women will be engaged, women and girls, with a training center. So I'm very happy about that. God bless MTN. They've really been there for me. Nowhere is this synthesis of ancestral insight and modern technology more urgent than in our agricultural landscapes and food systems. That is the next frontier: AI, smart farming, and community-led tech. For generations, women have carried the weight of food production. Today, smart farming and artificial intelligence are revolutionizing how we interact with the land. But high-tech tools must not remain trapped in distant laboratories or commercial mega farms. They belong in the hands of our young women at the community level, rooted in the very communities that they serve. When a girl is trained to apply AI and smart agriculture, she turns data into a shield for her community. Precision smart farming is also another thing. Through low-cost soil sensors and handheld devices, she measures pH, moisture, and micronutrients in real time. And our young people, they can do this. This is nothing to them. They are smart. They are not as slow as we were. They are sharp. We just need to give them the tools, and they are good to go. She eliminates guesswork, preventing soil degradation and optimizing yield without overusing chemicals. This is just for basic farming, even backyard farming. We can train our girls to have kitchen gardens, which ensures that their mothers and their households have the nutritional value that they are looking for. It doesn't need to be a big project of any sort. Even at our school farms, even when we have them, we can feed ourselves. We don't need to buy so much budget. I was consulting for a school, I won't mention the name. About a year ago, I finished my consultancy. And it's one of the international schools and the amount of money that is spent, and I told them, let's build a farm, let's build a greenhouse, so at least every day we can get our, but for some reason, we seem to think that it is much better to buy imported rice, but, I don't have a problem if you don't, but you're buying it locally. Community artificial intelligence for climate resilience, very important. Using AI-powered predictive models and satellite analytics on simple mobile platforms, she helps local smallholders anticipate unpredictable rainfall. You see, I always say this, that based on how far you get with technology as a region or as a nation, determines how many people die on your continent. There are simple things that, if applied, will stop the health problems. This rain that was coming, farmers could have predicted it, so their farms will not be washed away. So I find that us choosing to remain 300 years behind the rest of the world, as I say it, don't quote me, it's actually costing us lives. And that is why I am starting this agri-tech hub. Because there are basic things we can teach, every time you have to go to the field, you can teach them basic things, how to farm, how to apply this, how to, using their mobile phones, and they are good to go. A lot of things are not necessary that we think they are. When a girl combines the values passed down by her ancestors with modern technical skills, she stops being a passive recipient of climate solutions. She becomes the architect. Imagine a young girl in a rural community who grows up observing how her elders manage soil health. With STEM training, she doesn't just observe, she uses AI-driven sensors to monitor soil health. She designs solar-powered irrigation systems tailored to her local topography. She applies data analytics to help local farmers predict weather patterns and prevent crop failure. This is where ancestral wisdom meets artificial wisdom, where cultural purpose informs technological capability. I end with this, a call to action. If we are serious about environmental transformation, we must move beyond inspirational speeches and commit to structural investments, like Mr. Adams said. And we'll talk more about that when we get on the panel. When I went across Scandinavia for about 5 years. What I realized was that some of the countries had, most of them, what they did was that until you, as a ministry, if you didn't present a specific budget component for gender and for girls, especially for girls, your policy won't pass, your budget won't pass. It didn't matter what ministry you were from. You didn't have to be from you could be from fishes. Everyone had to have a gender component and a smart component. And if you didn't, then they won't pass it. I think if that was applied here, that would work very, very effectively. It is time to stop arguing with people, telling and talking and talking and talking. You go to the ministries and you find people who want to work. They are ready to work. That's why they want to serve the nation. But the budget, is just not there. These are the things that we need to look at. And then we wonder why so many people are ready to japa, as we say. It's not that people don't want to go. There are people who really want to serve. People who want to are ready to lay their lives down. But they get so frustrated that they have no option because they have families, they have children, they have realities, nothing is moving. So if an opportunity comes, why won't they run away? we need to invest in applied STEM education. We must equip young women not just with theoretical knowledge, but with hands-on problem-solving skills, focused on real-world environmental and agricultural challenges. Second thing is we must build inclusive tech ecosystems. I think we all understand what that is. We must ensure that artificial intelligence, precision tools, and green technologies are accessible, affordable, and co-created with the communities that need them most. Then the third, you must protect local heritage. We must teach our girls to value indigenous knowledge as a foundation. Many times, I've worked across all of Europe, and I have a lot of European friends. And I tell them, why can't you stay away from Africa? I mean, it's, and they say there is something. No matter what, there is something about our continent that caused the missionaries to keep on coming. There's a reason why the white settler population in South Africa don't want to go anywhere, or Zimbabwe, etc. They recognize, they will tell you that Africa is magical. They will tell you that there's something about our country. They cannot explain it in words. It's addictive. They can't stop. Remember, so many of them used to come, the missionaries, etc. They'll get killed by mosquitoes, malaria, etc. But they'll keep on coming, and they will have never stopped coming. They recognize a certain value that we ourselves don't recognize. They recognize a certain value that we ourselves don't recognize. They recognize our indigenous knowledge. I remember a while ago, a friend of mine got a job with one of the mega global brands. And eventually she went to stay somewhere in Sweden, etc. So they put her up. The salary was incredible, and all of that. Only to find out that actually what they are doing is studying local methodologies of eliminating mosquitoes and turning that into their products. They had discovered a particular leaf from the villagers where if you put it in the middle of your house and you go out and come back, every cockroach, every spider, every mosquito will be lying there. So then when they finish, then they'll go and turn that into the mosquito spray and other things. People know the value of what we are overlooking. If nothing at all, I want to impress that upon you, that our methods matter. Somewhere along the line, I won't say we have been made because we chose to. Anybody can come and tell you that your mother is a bad person. But just because they give you a knife does not mean that if you get up and you go and shoot them. So the world is a place where it's dog eat dog. I have to convince her that her own is lower so that I can sell my own higher. That's just how the world works. So we need to snap out of that. Oh, people are not fair to us. People have done this to us, etc., etc. I'm not denying that some things have happened to us in the past, but time has moved on. We have the future at stake. At least, if our ancestors who crossed over and went through so many atrocities and suffered and died should be looking at us, what will make them proud? The fact that we have been able to innovate, the fact that we have been able to leapfrog, the fact that then they'll say, okay, this was worth it. But if they were to come back 300 years later, 400 years later, what would they come and see? The same Africa, the same problems? I pose this question to churches as well. What exactly is the problem? Why are we not moving forward? Why are we getting from bad to worse? We don't even need to reinvent the wheel. Now, almost every continent has advanced. So we just need to go and copy, and then add our own solution on top and move forward. So this is what, when I'm working on a social enterprise policy and things like that, is driving me, that it is time that we began to see the possibilities. Enough of what has happened in the past. What has happened has happened. It's not going to change. But we can definitely look on that and use that as a springboard for the next level. We have an African Union, we have an ECOWAS, which is totally donor dependent. There was a phase where everybody was complaining about what was happening, what was going on, this, that, and the other, only for us to go back to France to go and collect $40 million to start to have that ACFTA building. Where's our sense of shame? Where's our pride? Yes, we can have equal exchange of goods. That's the world. You can never say you will never export or import. But where's our pride? Where's our shame? That we are okay. You see, we'll sit down, we'll have all these wonderful conferences and all of that. Then afterwards, everybody is looking for who will fund. Nobody is willing to put their hand in their pocket and at least even say that, oh, here's my 10 C's, etc. We can do better. We can do better. We can do better. And we can do better. And I think that that is what I want to impart to Africans, that we have no excuses. Everybody was like us once upon a time. Europe was like us. There was a time that you will not even record the dark, they call it the dark ages. Europe was just as bad, but today, China, Singapore, etc., etc., and they made it because God has given every country, every continent exactly what they need. But it is not in the ready-made products. It's actually in a leaf, in a product, in a something, 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 and you now have to extract it and refine it, etc., etc. I'll close with this, and this one I'm really closing because I'm finished. I lived in East Africa for a number of years, and I worked in the Congo, and I saw untold suffering. Untold suffering. I worked in war zone rape, where I saw thousands of women raped, their breasts cut off, their hands cut off by fellow Africans. I saw women with bottles pushed into their nether regions, women who are made to be raped by their sons in public, otherwise they'll kill them. So they have no choice. Even today, if you find out, if you read the news that I read, because I make it a priority, you find out that widows in certain parts of East Africa are being set upon by bandits and these rebels and being made to, they'll kill their husbands and make them cook their private organs and eat it. We have a problem. We need to start looking at ourselves and stop blaming Europe alone. Yes, I'm not doubting that they have been engineers at stake, but we need to hold ourselves accountable. We need to hold ourselves for everything that happens on this continent and its development. I am no longer interested in hearing what's happened 100 years ago or 50 years ago, etc. We are the ones we are waiting for. We have been waiting for. Nobody else is going to come. So today I implore with you, whatever, just like how Yakubu inspired me. Today, as Mr. Adams, as our sister spoke as well from the ministry, all of them, they are doing their best. But not one ministry, not one company, not one region can solve the problem of anybody. It starts with each and every one of us. A decision to be productive, a decision to stop taking bad decisions, getting married too early. I keep telling women, your story has changed now. You have opportunities. The story of the battered woman, and I didn't know, that one too has to change. You have choice. You have opportunities now. I don't even think anybody should be married below the age of 30, but that's another discussion. In this day and age, let's take decisions about our future. We have the power. I start with some people, they say, oh, no, the West will never allow it, etc., etc. The West have left us. We said that neo-colonialism. We've said it for so many years. Now they say, okay, we've left you. That's why we've left you with the aid, we've taken ourselves away. And now we are complaining too. But this is also a wonderful time. Aid ending and all those things, it was difficult. Many of us were in line for some good things. But God being so good, it is good for Africa. So now we need to find our way out. And I believe that this conference is one of the platforms that is being used to herald the fact that it is time that we must arise. So thank you very much. And I hope the little I've said will give you food for thought. Thank you.
Wow, a lot of food for thought. One, for instance, is your you gave us a disclaimer about your controversial speech, and the below 30. I know somebody on Facebook who won't be happy at all. I'm sure some of you follow him. He's very vociferous in his opinions about the age women should marry and all of that. But Anatu Ben Lawal, founder of Social Innovation Africa, she's an earth priestess as well of the cooperative movement, and she's done justice to her delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a round of applause again. She's very African. You can feel the African-centeredness of her. Talk about data. When you hear things like today, how technology came about, that some of it was stolen information from Africa of how we used to use the gongos or whatever, but we were not able to document, copyright it, among other things. And today, look at where we are today. But at the crust of it is, we must look ourselves in the mirror and tell ourselves if we are really true to solving our own problems and not blaming it on someone else all the time. She said it, hundreds of years have passed. It's enough. Thank you so much. We'll take a short break just after our next speaker, who is coming to do, I believe, an excellent delivery as well. But just before I invite her up here, I would like to confer the chairmanship for this very important conference on Mr. Gabriel Nikome Adams. You have to accept the chairmanship. So please tell me you've accepted the chairmanship. And so that means you give us a chairman closing remarks as well. Yes. Do you all agree? Thank you, sir.
Well, I accept it for.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adams. And so I'm going to call on Tracy, but let me just read to you a profile because I want you to understand how thoughtful the organizers have been in putting together who speaks here this morning for this all-important event. And Tracy is going to be doing this on behalf of Mr. Bernardo Foriata, who was at last year's convening. I remember giving his expert opinions on what we can do better. The topic that she'll be speaking on is when the rains don't come, understanding climate-related psychological distress among Ghanaian farmers and youth. Bernardo Foriata is Executive Director of Mentors Prestige Limited and Mentors Foundation International, advancing sustainable development and social responsibility. He partners with the Mental Health Authority, Ghana Prison Service, Ghana Education Service, University of Ghana, and Rutgers University, New Jersey, USA, to build community resilience. His work integrates climate adaptation, youth empowerment, mental health, supporting SDGs 3, 4, and 13. When I talk about the SDGs, we are supposed to have achieved all by 2030, right? And we have what? We are in 6. We have 4 years. Wow. Are we almost there? I will definitely do an open session so that, we tell ourselves if we are getting there. Policy analyst and mining advisory and risk management consultant. He's a member of the Mine Ventilation Society and a certified climate media reporter. And so the presentation will be on the sustainable development and social responsibility. He did a presentation in Toronto in August 2026, or he's going to be doing that in August 2026. And he has many international awards as an impact maker. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite upon here Tracy Commodore, who will be speaking on behalf of Mr. Bernardo Foriata. He's not the Foriata we are looking for. Doctoral researcher, Mentors Foundation. Tracy.
Hello, everyone, and it's 12:42. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Since we now have our chairperson, so good afternoon, say my distinguished guest speakers, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. So can I have access to the slides so that it becomes engaging if it's possible? Yes. So when I was asked to present this theme, initially I felt I was not too close to the theme because STEM is not really my field. But when I looked at empowering girls, I was like, no, I want to do this. And hearing all that has been said, I'm so happy to be here. I've learned a lot. And I would add a little to what we put together as an organization. So we would be looking briefly at when the rains don't come. We are looking at the mental health aspect of climate change, then empowering girls through STEM, which a lot has already been said. Please, can we move to the next slide? So before we move to our take home, I would want to start with a simple question. When the rains don't come, what happens? So to some of us, or to many of us, it would simply be probably the weather being hot, bringing some form of discomfort. But to the farmer, it is field harvest. To a home, that means hunger. To a student or a young person, that means leaving school, and to a community, that can bring so much stress and uncertainty about the future. So today's conversation to me is not just about climate change, but it is about a people, it's about resilience, and it's about hope. And that is why at the end of this brief presentation, we want to understand climate-related psychological stress. We want to explain how climate change affects farmers and young people, especially girls. We want to see why girls in STEM matter for climate action, and want to suggest practical solutions. And for the fourth one, all the solutions have already been said, so I'll just reiterate them. Please, can we move to the next slide? So the first thing I would want to say, and I would want us to keep in mind, is that climate change is no longer a future problem. When we say climate change, it's happening now. And from research, we get to understand that on an average, Ghana's temperature is between 27 to 33 degrees Celsius. We know that our rainfall pattern is very seasonal, but even now, it's less predictable. So for some time back, we know that, okay, the rains will start in April, becomes maybe intense in June, July, then it goes down. But now we can see that that is not even the case. And sometimes we know that in months that is supposed to rain less, it's now raining more. In months that we are expecting more rains, it's not so. I remember last year we were expecting the rains to be heavier. In the months that they are heavier now. So we can clearly see that even the rainfall patterns that we know to be seasonal, it's now less predictable. So it clearly tells us how severe the climate is changing now. And these changes make farming more uncertain, especially communities that depend on rainfall. So we are saying that the key challenge is that the consequences extend beyond agriculture. They affect livelihoods, they affect education and our mental well-being. And this is at the heart of Mentors Foundation, because we are very keen on ensuring that everybody is well mentally. Okay, we tend to focus most on our physical health and all, but we all can attest to the fact that mental health is very, very, very important. And it would amaze us that climate change has a way of affecting our mental health. And I'm sure we've even seen that in the recent floods that occurred, where almost the whole country was shaking, not because some were affected though, but just the thoughts, just seeing the videos across TikTok alone, just traumatized some people. So this is just to tell us that climate change affects our mental health a lot. Please, can we move to the next slide? So when the rains don't come, it has ripple effects. So climate change leads to climate shocks. Example, the droughts, the floods, late rains, etc., which I've touched on. So we are saying here that climate shock can lead to poor harvest. I've mentioned that already. And poor harvest reduces household income. Now, this loss of income leads to food shortage or food insecurity. Now, food insecurity increases worry, and this is where the mental health issue comes in. It increases worry. There's sleep loss, hopelessness, like you are always, like you just think about it. If you do not have food, not because you can't buy, but you don't have the means to buy. We all know how that affects our mental, it even affects our mental health before it translates to our physical health. And this then brings about the stress and anxiety, and in the long run, brings depression and suicidal thoughts. And this ripple effect or this causal change is out of studies. So we are saying that a number of studies have been conducted. So in Talensi, in the Upper East, a survey of 507 farmers indicated that drought alone, okay, in a way caused them to be depressed. just experiencing drought caused them to be depressed, and they were anxious and they were stressed. The youth dimension also comes in here, where rural youth carry climate grief and migration anxiety. So our first and in fact, the speakers that have come before me have mentioned this, and our last speaker reiterated it, where she said that, so at the end of the day, if they are frustrated, they'll leave, and that is where the migration anxiety comes in. And this we tend to see among the youth. Please, let's move to the next slide. So the burden is not gender neutral, and that is where girls come in. No matter how you would see it, no matter how you would look at it, climate change affects girls more. And the question would be why? It's just because they shoulder more of the household responsibilities. Girls would definitely have to help at home. So at the end of the day, they are using more water, they are cooking, etc. So just in case there is drought and there is difficulty in getting water, they would now have to leave schools to get water. The boys would have an advantage because ordinarily they are not in charge of fetching water at home. So that is how come girls at the end of the day come in, or let me say, suffer the most. And at the end of the day, they have the higher emotional burden, not only girls, but as well as their female caregivers or their mothers. Please, let's move to the next slide. So ecofeminism and social cognitive career theory are two theories that explain why climate damage affects women the most, and how STEM gives girls that confidence and skill to solve environmental problems and build sustainable livelihoods. Now, the key thing here is the confidence, where the girls are choose STEM or are helped to understand that this I can do. You know, we'll move to another slide that will delve deeper into STEM, but the social cognitive career theory enables, or let me say, it encourages girls to know that we can do this. If it is the maths, if it's the engineering, if it is the science, it is not difficult. It's not beyond us. We can do it. It's an opportunity we can tap in. And that is how that is where the social cognitive career theory comes in. So these are two ideas just to explain. So the ecofeminism explain why climate damage affects women more, because they interact with the climate, or they interact with earth more, if I can put it that way. So they shoulder that burden. Then social cognitive career theory comes in to say that even if you are victims, you can be innovators, because through STEM, you can do it. Please, let's move to the next slide. So how does STEM become a climate solution? And our speakers have done justice to that. So just think about it. If our girls are being encouraged to take up STEM courses, then we know that they can come up with ways, they can come up with strategies to even use solar to bring up affordable or clean energy solutions. That is one. Just think about a girl learning how to code, which, as our first speaker had already mentioned. Then clearly she can come up with a software that can help with early warning systems, for example. Not to talk about green innovation and water technologies. So at the end of the day, we are saying that girls can move from being climate victims to becoming climate innovators through STEM courses. Please, let's move to the next slide. So the good news is that we have real examples from Ghana. So different organizations are now training girls in technology, agriculture, and innovation. So we have the Girls in ICT program, and this was introduced by the Ministry of Communication in 2012 and was expanded in 2022. And this is to build digital skills among girls. We have the CAMFAD, which is Campaign for Female Education, and they that is also a non-profit organization, and they are empowering young women through climate smart agriculture and leadership. We also have the Project Magi, and that is also from a non-profit organization. Magi means water. It's a Swahili word, and they are also using solar technology to provide clean water to rural communities. Then across the country, we have climate smart agriculture gradually helping farmers adapt to the changing weather patterns. Please let's move to the next slide. So the challenges still persist. And for the first challenge, we realize that it's not even to just girls. Limited STEM resources affect both girls and boys, especially in rural schools where they lack the laboratories, the devices, and even the power. And this can be addressed. We'll move to that slide. Let's move to the next challenge where gender stereotypes also persist. We all are growing up, we were made to understand that some subjects or some courses are known to be male courses, and this has to be changed. But this is still an issue in some schools. So still girls shy away from the mathematics, the IT, the engineering, etc. And this is a challenge that still affects girls. As speakers have already said that. Also the household responsibilities, which I've mentioned, where girls end up carrying that burden, that unpaid labor at home, that caregiving role at home. So at the end of the day, if that suffers, they would have to then leave school to care for this. Also, we have few female role models. Our first speaker made mention of this. And if we have few women teaching steps, or if there are few women in STEM leadership, then it will be difficult for even girls to look up to such women and say that, okay, if she is doing it, then I can also do this. So this is also a challenge that persists. And the concern of early marriage. And from research, I got to understand that climate stress raises early marriage risk because some family members monetize their daughters, and safety on the way to senior school also varies. And whilst I was just reading this, I was like, how is this even possible? But it's just because homes are frustrated, parents are frustrated, so then they don't have an option than to give their daughters away, even if it is even if they are not comfortable or it's too early, just to be able to survive. Please let's move to the next slide. So this is just to tell us that we can't do this on our own. We can't do this alone. Empowering girls through STEM, we can't do this. We need all the actors to come on board. So building climate resilience requires partnership. Please let's move. And the various actors include, please let's move to the next. So the government is one, the universities, the industry, schools, communities, because the government creates enabling policies, universities also generate the research, industries provide the technology and investment is very key because we need the funding. Our last speaker made mention this, that at the end of the day, we can also generate funds. We can also, even if it is 10 CD, if we all decide that we are going to contribute something small, it can go a long way to fund the projects, which at the end of the day would benefit us. Schools also nurture future innovators. They educate us through their curriculums. And also communities ensure local ownership, because at the end of the day, if the community sees that, okay, this is mine, this is for me, they would even have a way of protecting it, of managing it, so that at the end of the day, it is not destroyed. You know how sometimes if you do not own something, you tend not to care for it very well. But if communities are made to understand that this is yours, then they'll find ways and means to also care for it and protect it. So at the end of the day, all these actors, not just this, but others, we all have to come on board in order to empower our girls, in order to build confidence, in order to ensure that the studies that are being conducted, the researches, they all do not sit on the decks, but they get to the right office, they get to the policymakers, so that at the end of the day, that can also attract the funds, the investments, in order for us to produce results. Please, let's move to the next slide. Okay, I've already said this, so we can move to the last slide. So climate change to us as a foundation, Mental's Foundation, is not only an environmental issue, but it is a mental health issue, it is an education issue, it is a gender issue, and it's also a development issue. So in conclusion, I'll say, please let's move to the last slide. So in conclusion, which is a call to action, I'll say that when we plant a girl, that is when we empower a girl, we grow a forest. Okay, we empower many of them. And so we need to invest in girls, we need to build resilient communities, and we need to protect our future. And this can be done through empowering girls through STEM education. Thank you.
Please, let's give Tracy another round. Amazing. On behalf of Bernardo Furiata, and she said a lot: child marriage, poverty, selling of young girls in exchange for that. I know there's an NGO called NOSAC. They've been clamping down on parents who are doing that in Northern region, giving out the girls in marriage against, their wishes, among other things. And GS, Ministry of Education, do the fantastic job of having the pregnant girls still come back to school, finish, write exams, among other things, so that their education is not truncated. But as she mentioned, they cannot do it on their own. We all have to come together to be able to make things better and change the narrative for the African continent. When Madame Ben Lawal was talking about the farming, among other things, yes, it's true. Sometimes backyard gardening is not really preached so much in our homes. It's kind of like a chore, because farming is like a punishment. But if we're able to inculcate it in our lives, before you even finish university and you're looking for a job, maybe you have some basic skills about farming, and most of the time there's a family land somewhere that you can always go back to and learn how to. There are a lot of young women I see now into maybe the end user bit of farming, like managing cold stores, fish, seafood businesses, among other things. But from the grassroots to the top is where the challenge is. And because our chairman is the NDC again, comms director in the central region, and I know that he speaks to the central government. So here, if you want to do all year round farming, you have to have the resources. Water has to be available. So if farmers are getting depressed because of drought, it's because, yes, where will the water come? When the rains come, the Bagre Dam spills is in excess. What do we do with it? Then when the dry season hits, of course, people will be having depression. You see them sitting idle on the roads when you're traveling, because they'll tell you that, oh, the rains are not falling, so they can't farm. So that's the reality on the ground, really and truly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a break now to do some interactions just before our next presentation, which will either be a presentation or a panel discussion. So I'm going to go around. Some familiar faces, as I mentioned, from last year at the conference who have not spoken yet. See what last year's conference meant to them and what the expectations are for today and how today has gone so far. So I'll be coming around to you, so we're heading to you, the microphone. Good afternoon.
I think, of course, trying to be everything girl make sure that things are done right. And I think one of the right lessons have this have three girls with the interaction sometimes. I think it is the right time to have this discussion. Last week or 2 Saturdays, I was doing some worship. My first girl, 8 years old, so that was around 1:23 p.m. and it was expecting to rain in the class of that. I thought the rain was supposed to end June. I said yes. Not really, but because sometimes the rain goes up to July, August, and there is a break, and so it resumes somewhere in September, October, November. And so, okay, then I asked her, why is this so much of a concern to you? So, I think this year it has been overboard. So, you, 8-year-old, saying this year rain has been overboard. He said, yes, but if rain is overboard, is that also a concern to you? Then she told me, when people asked for rain, they didn't ask for floods. And that was what dropped my jaws for this girl to say this. And I'm connecting it to this whole mental health issue because I think the girl was thinking about it. Then I asked her again, so Christodia, is rainfall or flood a problem for you? Then she tells me, yes, because cousin at Oyarifa, if it rains, they may not be able to go to school, and I don't like it. I said, well, I have assessed them, I've called them, everything is all right with them at Oyarifa. Then before she left me, she will say that I pray that flood doesn't come to Winneba. Wow. Then I began to think about this. What has this flood got to do with her thinking? So this whole idea of climate change and the psychological or mental health situation, I think, is then as a researcher, that afternoon I went to the office and I began to write an abstract on kids and flooding in Accra and so on and so forth. So I think I'm at the right place this year, and today and tomorrow we'll have a very fruitful discussion. I'm ready to invest in these 3 girls of mine on the arena of STEM so that at least we have a fruitful future as a country. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Great father going to invest in his girls for STEM. And it's true, the psychological impact. Children die in the due to floods. They are not the vulnerable groups, as we usually mention, when disasters happen. I should use this. Okay. Dr. Essien is here. Dr. Patrick Essien is with the EPA. Doc, very briefly, last year and this year, what you make of the EL?
Thank you. So let me say that a step ahead. A step ahead because last year was, in one way or the other, the message was theoretical in a way. And this year you could see that the message combines both, especially when STEM comes in. The rep for minister told us what they are doing practically. The last speaker, the last but one speaker, also told us what she is doing practically. And then the last speaker also did. So this is more practical, and this is what we want to see. I've always been one who normally says that climate change has been only been talking about in conference halls and then screens. But when it comes to practicality, it seems we are far from it, But I think this one is different. I happened to participate here, both last year here and then Canada. And I think when my my time comes, I will tell more about it. This program has been more wonderful. You will not believe that in Canada, I was able to meet one Mr. Amankwa. He's a Ghanaian born in Canada who donated 7 3D printers to my NGO, Molex Foundation Africa. Yeah, that's just printers. And then other IoTs, that is Internet of Things or sensors, Arduino kits, and then many systems. It came in a full container just last 2 months. Because that man gave a presentation about TVET. We are talking about STEM. TVET is also part of it. And Africa, we can only solve our problems if we accept the STEM and then TVET, not as talking point in conference halls and screens, but we really doing it, you know. So I think this conference is extraordinary. Unfortunately, I didn't see the girls. I was looking forward to see that maybe we can even pass one secondary school girls to the hall, you know, so that they will be listening to what's going on. But once you are here, you are always on TV. Convey the message to all the girls that there's a solution to our problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick Asian. They will definitely hear. And day 2 is tomorrow. So we're working assiduously to bring the girls tomorrow as well. But yes, as Dr. Asian mentioned, the first edition, I mean, last year, practicality, we saw Erastus Asaredonko, a lot of you know him, Joy TV, renowned journalist who follows Galamsey, came and did all the presentations on the reality of what we are consuming and how when you are now going to buy condominium, your heart is beating because where is it coming from, right? And the cyanide and the mercury, among other things, which is colorless, so you do not even know. And so, among other things, that put that in perspective for last year, the practicality. And then this year, we're doing the STEM. And as Dr. Isian has mentioned, TVET, which is also very important. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go into the panel discussions. And let me invite up here who will be doing the moderation for that panel discussion. I'll read her profile very briefly. And she's the founder and executive director of Child Online Africa, COA, a leading child-focused organization advancing digital literacy, online safety, and child protection across Africa. With over 2 decades of experience in education, social development, and policy advocacy, she's played a significant role in shaping national and regional conversations on child welfare, gender equality or equity, and responsible digital citizenship. She's contributed to the development of Ghana's gender education policy, serves on the National Child Online Protection Steering Committee as an implementation partner for the International Telecommunication Union. That's the international aspect of what she does. She's a respected educator, author, international speaker, led numerous initiatives promoting digital resilience, moderated the second Accra Conference on ELL, that's the Environmental Education and Lifelong Learning 2026. She's bringing a wealth of experience in facilitating high-level policy dialogue, fostering inclusive discussions, and connecting diverse stakeholders to advance sustainable development through education and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Awo Adam Amenya up here. And that's her profile I read. Very, very compact, inspirational as well. Madam, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm mindful of the fact that a lot of time has been spent waiting for all of us together. So we will just be snappy with the panel. May I kindly invite Mr. Gabriel Nikomi Adams, our chair. Where is Anatu? Has she gone already? I don't think so. Her bag is not here. Dr. Patrick Asian. Mr. Joseph Amankwa. Who is the person who's Maltiti, who speak with for Mr. Oforiata? Yeah. Okay, she should join the panel as well. And then I would like to invite Auntie Letitia. Auntie Olivia. Sorry. Yes. I'm not comfortable holding two microphones. Can I drop one? Okay. Right. We have been listening. Oh, please. Yes. Center, rather.
That's fine.
Okay, so since morning or since late morning, we've been talking about empowering girls through STEM, environmental solutions, lifelong learning as a catalyst for sustainable change. And we have heard the panelists extensively on what they think should be done or could be done in order to address the concerns we have when it comes to getting girls to participate in ST. So, as part of the panel or the responsibility of terms of reference is give us practical ways that everything we talk about will be implemented. Assume there's a teacher
Be limited in the classroom. And that is one of our main challenges. Not quite long ago, especially when the previous government was in power, it was seemed like the government or the minister brought STEM. But the STEM has been in existence since day one. But the thing is that we only learn it in the classroom and then we write exams like guys. All from Ghana.
In order not to venture into other things, keep yourself in the practical.
Okay.
Practical was the old.
I will. So I realized that when we write exams, we normally talk the exams. But when it comes to linking what you learn to the practicality on the ground, the two of us were lacking. That is, we were lagging behind. So what I want to say is that the step that we learn should be something that is addressing the real world problems. And I said, if real world problem, that is the practicality on the ground, like what the other speaker was saying. We shouldn't be learning STEM in the classroom. For example, mostly when you go to class, we do environmental science and then other things. But you see, when we come outside, our behavior and then other things are different. So our STEM should be a STEM that solves our own problems, not STEM that we use to write exams and then pass. In this case, we will not implement or bring in curriculums like ICT without computers. I'm sorry to say that, because when you go to my village, you will see the student learning ICT without computers, and they are going to write exams with the same people in somewhere with computers and then other things. So if you really want to, do the STEM to that way, it will help us that whatever we are going to learn, we learn them to solve real world problems. In that case, then we are using the STEM to, move to the next step. Thank you.
But who are some of the stakeholders? Especially, do you consider your outfit as a stakeholder when it comes to ensuring that girls are participating?
Yes, please. I'm a stakeholder.
So I wanted you to amplify that first for me.
Okay, so I'm a scientist first and foremost, a senior lecturer at the University of Cape Coast, and then currently I'm at EPA as a deputy director at mining department. So I'm a stakeholder, and I'm also the founder of Molex Foundation, the foundation that organizes Shiros in STEM, the annual programs where girls have platform to invent, create, and then build systems that address real world problems.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ishen, right? Essien. Thank you for that brilliant contribution. Thank you, madam. I think with Ghana Education Service, and for that matter, the Ministry of Education, we have opened our doors for partnership. So fortunately for us, we have partners such as UNICEF Ghana, UNESCO, Kwaika, Experimental, that is Shemes Shifton. And then I think I've mentioned UNESCO and other partners who are so much interested in promoting the learning and teaching of STEM in our schools. And in order to make STEM well defined, we involve the community. Because when parents, that is SMCPTA, when they have better understanding of STEM education, when we involve the girls, they also give us all their blessings. So on Friday, UNICEF, we are training teachers. We are on competence-based learning. Because at the end of the day, STEM is about what learners should do with what they know. And that is competence-based learning. For instance, if in agriculture, we cannot teach theory, great, we need to practice. And we need the consent of these parents to, give us their blessings so that when we invite their children, especially the girls, to participate in activities, they will understand. We camp them, so we explained what STEM is to them and its benefits. And they were so happy. We used cases in other countries, such as Zambia. Recently, we were in Zambia under the ticket of JICA, where we visited Chipembe Girls Agricultural STEM School. And the girls have raised 97 cattle, one for beef, one for dairy. They have about 1,500 birds, the girls. And if you should go to their farm, where they have cultivated cabbage and then tomatoes, every 3 months, the amount of money that they get is mind-blowing. We learned that they could harvest within 3 months 396 boxes of tomatoes. And then they use only 6 boxes for feeding in the school. And whatever that they cultivate, aside selling some outside the school, they are able to sell some to the home economics hospitality, and they use it to prepare food for themselves. So you see, there is income generation. So being part of such a laudable program, Ghana, when we came back, through SMC PTA, we made sensitization program, and we have informed parents, and they are so happy. So we have earmarked across the region every secondary school, because they are, within the boarding facilities, where we can take proper care of these activities, where we can raise, those animals or cultivate plants in the secondary schools, so that whatever that they grow, they can feed themselves with that, and then they can sell to gain income, to buy other things, to bring about effective teaching and learning. So within the Ministry of Education, these are some of the initiatives that we are taking. And as I speak with you, there are people on the field going about this sensitization program, within the communities, and then the PTAs, SMC, in the various regions. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
All right, thank you so much. I think I have 2 mics. Let me put one down. Yeah, so how can the stakeholders contribute to promoting STEM education, as well as the development of STEM in itself in the country? So in the context of institutions that are operating legally in this country, companies that are whose mandate is to make profits. Of course, I'm aware that there's a requirement of the law that mandates them to use 10% of their profit after tax for social corporate responsibility activities, or corporate social responsibility activities. Yeah. So you notice that most of these companies also have a policy for their social corporate activities found. And if you take, let's say, averagely like 10 companies, you would find not less than 2 prioritizing STEM-related activities. So how about the government making it a way very mandatory that all companies should use, let's say, 25% to start with of their corporate social responsibility fund to support STEM-related activities? I think that will help to be able to fund these STEM development initiatives that are being put together to advance the course of STEM education in our country. It's very important, Also, how many NGOs, I'm asking myself, how many NGOs? I run an NGO myself. I'm the founder of the New Vision Foundation International, NVFI, an NGO which seeks to impact lives and support the development efforts of communities, society, and government based in Cape Coast. And most of our activities are STEM related, drawing inspiration from other NGOs. And of course, the Moles Foundation that was funded by my brother and well-respected lecturer at the University of Cape Coast, Dr. Essien. A lot of the NGOs are not looking at STEM education. Even the NGOs that so-called NGOs in the education are looking elsewhere. So it is a call for those NGOs as well to prioritize the advocacy of STEM education, not just the education, but also go further to support STEM-related activities in our schools in our society and partner with other NGOs to also look at that. That said, I think that it is time to also encourage uh, the churches. I mean, churches also have a role to play as far as this subject is concerned. They are stakeholders in promoting STEM education. And so you realize that even at the Sunday school level, churches can begin to look at how they can inculcate or how they can have STEM related advocacies in their teachings. It shouldn't be that when we go to Sunday school or we go to church, we should just go and talk about the Bible alone. We hear all the Bible, my Bible stories. When I was young, we used to read it at church. But these days, you see other churches not just teaching biblical issues in church, but they are looking at other societal issues that affect the children themselves, and also matters of discipline and all that. They can also have a bit of advocacy on STEM education. I think that will also go a long way to help. But this is the big question. I mean, STEM, we are talking about, it's not something that it comes cheap. Let's be very factual.
Yeah.
It is a very expensive venture. I mean, today, you go to the, let's say, I am an alumni of the University of Cape Coast, so I always use UCC. And that's not to say that I don't recognize the University of Ghana, but we are always number one when it comes to tertiary education. Oh, pro, you doubt that? We are always number one. In fact, currently we are the number one.
In the West Africa.
In West Africa. Yeah. Thank you. Anyway, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, it's not cheap. How much do we pay as fees for those that want to be, for example, the medicine students, those who are studying medicine? I know a lot of girls who had admission into the, medical school at the University of Cape Coast, even University of Ghana, but couldn't afford to pay the fees. How about that? So how about funding issues? The gaps that, we have in funding issue. That is why I believe that we have come so far as a country that we need to press the government's neck to be able to prioritize STEM education, but not just by paying lip service to the subject, but more importantly, let's take the bold step to say that, okay, we have set up a fund for STEM education by putting up also practical, mechanism that will ensure that we always grow, the fund will always grow, and that we would make sure that the right people benefit from the fund, not one of these funds that will be diverted for other purposes and all that, as far as the purpose of the fund is concerned. So there are various ways that we can look at it. Lastly, I think that we also know about the role of our traditional authorities, our Queen Mothers especially. They can lead this charge. I mean, we have Queen Mothers Association in various regions. All 16 regions, I understand, have Queen Mothers Association. How about institutions such as Moles Foundation advocating that Queen Mothers must ensure that they prioritize STEM education in their various traditional areas and their various communities? I think that will also help. But there's also a gap in knowledge when it comes to the perceptional issues that students are facing when it comes to STEM education. I mean, we all know that most students, I said it in my speech, that some of the students say, oh, I interviewed one of the students in one of the schools, and I asked about STEM education. One girl told me that, what's a doctor? Dr. Enyaska want to yaka. What's a business? Enyaska. Literally means that if you become a doctor is not a well-paid, profession. But if you do business, you make money. Is it just about making money, or it's about making impact as well? So that's misconceptions, and that mindset issues are also matters that we have to look at when we are talking about how we can contribute to promoting STEM education. I think that I will leave it here now.
All right. Thank you. Your question actually dovetailed into a third question I have here. So I will lace that with it quickly so that you guys will come back and address that for me. But then on a personal level, you think it's only STEM that is an issue for girls? Cybersecurity is an issue for girls as well. When they are in the space and they are bullied, they sign up, they sign off. And the next time they are prioritizing the house chores over any other thing because clearly they feel unprotected in the space. So that is something we need to do. You made mention of reform. So I want to build on that. Would we want to see a reform in the sector which will prioritize well-being over profit, as you said, with the companies, which will empower queen mothers to be STEM advocates, which would create an enabling environment for companies like the ones that produce Arduino boxes to make those available, and also look at CSR focusing on corporate social responsibility, focusing on STEM. Do we want to look at a policy around a reform around that? And if that should happen, who are we expecting to champion such reform? Anybody could take it.
Well, let me attempt. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I think for the ministry, the only person who can take it up is the Director General, who will channel all initiatives to the Minister for Education for a dialogue. And currently, we even have model STEM schools.
Yes.
And the model STEM schools are doing their best in ensuring that all the courses they are offering in the area of aerospace, in the area of biomedical, in the area of engineering, and then fabrication is done practically. So as part of the initiative, and then we work with the community. We work with the community. For example, there is an airline, an aviation department who has partnered with Ghana Education Service, and for that matter, the ministry, to give training, capacity building to our teachers. And then so that when it comes to practical training, students within the aerospace space can go to, including girls, they can go to the aviation sector to enhance on their practical skills and knowledge. Now, same as our Greek. So the bottom line is, yearly, we have annual STEM camp. And within that annual STEM camp, learners come out with innovative project work that solves societal challenges. And we give priority to girls because always the girls outnumber the boys. So it is done across the country, but we select various regions in turns. So I think last year or so, we had it in Cape Coast, specifically at Vanzman girls. So during the camp, we set a day aside to have a deba. And within the deba, we invite queen mothers, opinion leaders, and all those who matter to be part of what we do. And they also have, words of encouragement to give to our students, particularly to the girls. So for the reform, I think Ghana Education Service, and for that matter, the Minister of Education, we are taking that initiative, and it is working for us. It is really working for us. Thank you.
But since it is not a documented reform, when the government is out of power, it becomes redundant. But if it's documented,
Okay.
then whoever, there'll be that continuity. Am I right to say that?
Partially, you are right.
Okay.
Partially, because for this camp, it
No,
is a policy.
Camp is a
Camp,
policy.
camp it is a policy.
Yeah,
And within, STME. And within that policy, we have the DEBA.
Right.
Which has been there since time immemorial, where we involve the community, including the queen mothers. So I came to meet it, and I'm, continuing.
Okay.
So it means it is a laid down something in which nobody can change it. So it is there. It is there. And then we are even reinforcing, because as I told you, currently, you see, without the community's involvement, whatever that you do, they will not understand. But then right from day one, whatever initiative that you take, if you involve them, everything goes on well. Everything, and they give you their support. Everything. So GES, all the policies, including bullying and other things, we make sure that every sensitization, program that we take up, we involve the community, including the chiefs and then the queen mothers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, sorry.
You want to be the last person?
Okay.
Dr. Essien wants to
I
be
mean-
the last.
Where do I?
no particular order. We are just showing support.
So where do I? Okay.
Okay, maybe we can.
I can reiterate the question.
Yes, please.
I'm asking if we need a reform in terms of how things are now. We all made mention of the fact that STEM is not prioritized in various spaces. So do we need a reform to support a call for STEM integration and participation of girls?
I'll say big yes.
Okay.
And this reform will be very important because and documentation you are talking about,
All right.
if the reform comes, you need to document it, and if possible, should be backed by law. For example, STEM schools were established. We should see it, you should see the policymakers or the government implementing it still.
Yeah, it's there. The STEM school is there when you East Legon.
No, I know, but how many were built? Are they still building it?
Yes.
We have to see them all over the country. That is still going on.
But that's your bias. Because somebody in a different field will also be calling for something else.
But we are talking about the things that is going to address our real world problems, and that is the STEM. When we were starting the Shields in STEM program, I visited one medical doctor, and we wanted to invite her as a guest speaker for a DEBA, student of more than 1,000 students, queen mothers and everything. And he told us that if it's not STEAM, she's not coming. But we told her that, listen, the reforms, comes to address special or urgent problems. We are facing problems, climate change we are talking about, technological problems. We have gold that we are not able to refine them. We have oil that we are not able to refine them. Are you bringing in steam to refine those things? Or we need STEM urgently to address those problems?
But STEM could address as well.
No, I understand. But we don't need that one as much as or urgently as STEM. We are not saying that other side is not important. They are important. But George Orwell will say it better. All animals are equal, but at a point in time, some are more important than the others. Let's see what we need first to address. I was happy also when Madam talks about competence-based training. It was a reform that was brought, especially to CTVET, Commission for Technical and Vocational Education. And I'm proud and very happy to say that I was one of those experts that worked on that paper. We need to see this reform comes with implementations, monitoring, and then evaluations. Because if we are to start implementing those competence-based training rigorously, monitor it, and then do proper evaluation of it, I think we will address all these STEM problems that we are talking about. Prof or more. You spoke about the cybersecurity issue. That's when we start talking about cybersecurity issue, by the end of the day, it's going to be STEM. So it's not away from that. Everything is STEM. When the STEM reform comes, it's going to even address religious problems. What do they eat? What do they use in the church? All are gadgets. They are all built based on this science, technology, engineering, and then mathematics. The satellite there that gives us signals to communicate, STEM. Everything is STEM. So these reforms, when it comes and then it's backed by law, and then we also try to practice the issue of implementation, monitoring, and then evaluation, I think it's going to change the narrative.
All right, thank you, Dr. Esi. But you know there's ideal situation and there's reality. So I'm just trying to bring in the reality when it comes to STEM implementation in the country. So I'll hand over to the chair.
He wants to say
I
something.
want to just add something to what Prof just said. Actually, we are saying that we should build more. We are not building more, but we are expanding and we are modifying the existing schools. So initially, we built 10 STEM schools across the country. And then knowing very well of the performance in science within some schools, such as Wesley Girls, Holy Child, Presec, they've been earmarked as STEM model schools. And as you rightly said, what is STEM? STEM has been with us since time immemorial. STEM is done right from the home. STEM is everywhere. Even the fisherman is a STEMer. The fisherman is a STEMer. Our mothers, even in cooking, they deploy all STEM, disciplines. So everybody is a STEMer. I have a slogan. I am a STEMer. You are a STEMer. We are all STEMers. Let us say it. I am a STEMer.
I am a STEMer.
You are a STEMer.
You are a STEMer.
We are all STEMers.
We are all STEMers.
I believe majority of us, we have made backyard garden before. Don't we eat? Don't we, when we prepare food, don't we share? When we are cooking, don't we all cook? When we are cooking, are we not careful of the amount of water as to the maybe amount of rice that we'll pick to cook? And the salt is all about mathematics, proportion. Do you get it? So we shouldn't see STEM as something extraordinary or something that is so far away from us. It has been with us. But then we are reinforcing its importance. We are saying that STEM education is the bedrock of every nation. Yes. That is the word. And that we should all, in fact, if everybody is special, everybody is special. So when you are a teacher, you should be able to identify the skills of your learners. So if a learner is good at manipulating, easily pick one or two things from the environment, build a car. You should be able to know that this person in future will be an engineer. So you build on. You encourage the child. If the person is good at sewing, the person is a designer. Without designers, would we have looked so beautiful as such? They are all STEMers. Please, are you with me? So we shouldn't take STEM as everybody is a STEMer. Everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
We are all STEMers. Yeah.
Yes, I agree with my big sister that we are all STEMers.
Yeah.
But now we are talking about reforms now. And my senior sister has said a lot. I don't intend to go back to that. My brother too said, he supports the reform agenda. But I am talking about also a national priority. Because all that we are talking about, if as a nation we don't prioritize STEM, then it becomes very difficult for collaborators and even the partners that are championing an agenda to promote STEM to be able to make an impact. It is very, very important. And so I believe that we must encourage more advocacies in STEM, initiatives and education, especially when we are talking about reforms, to press that Parliament, as a legislative body, with support of the executive, must make STEM education a priority. We must be able to hear parliamentarians talking about STEM in the chamber when they are talking about matters that relate to our developmental issues. How many of the members of parliament that we have, or the pastors we have, are able to use the platform that they have to promote STEM education? How many of our universities are even saying that we would make a priority of STEM education, let's say 10%? If you go to the schools, I've mentioned that most of the students are now becoming humanities, related, students. When they are choosing programs, they are even dodging the STEM programs. Go to KNUST. You realize that, majority of the students are business students in humanities and all that. A school that is supposed to train, STEM-related, programs. Or to have dominance in STEM education. So that is what I'm talking about. So it's not just about just saying that, oh, we must have reform, but we must be able to push and make sure that we made one step progress at a time on these matters of advocacy. And I believe that gradually, we will get there.
All right. So my final question will require
Just a
you.
sentence.
No, Dr. Essien.
Have the
Sentence.
one mic. Let me also use the one.
No, so when
My final question will require you to give me two
Can you have this mic?
strategies. So please listen well. In this era where we have convenience over understanding, what am I talking about? Some of us have downloaded apps on our phones without understanding how the apps are working. But then we are using them because they are giving us the results that we want to have, right? So we have prioritized convenience over understanding. Yes. So now that we are in that era, give me two strategies, two strategies that we can use to combine ancestral knowledge or ancestral environmental knowledge with emerging technology for impact. Two strategies.
Okay, so this one, let's also look at family values as well.
Okay.
Today, I believe that social fiber, is almost at a level where we can say that it has deteriorated very sharply, because our kids don't, want to obey us any longer, because probably they are also studying us, and they are studying things that they see. And social media has influenced a lot in our society. Our culture now has been assimilated with so many things, which we can no longer say that we have the culture previously, there are certain things that, even though it can be a myth or it can be some superstitious beliefs, but we're told that when we're young that if you are eating, you don't have to talk. It's all part of the manners. If you are taking a bath, don't speak. Sometimes they tell you that when it's 12 o'clock, don't sweep, and all these things. These are all cultural, tactics of being able to inculcate some level of discipline in the children. I believe that should start even fundamentally from the home, from our various households. We must begin to be able to teach our kids or children that you must know what your environment is. Know yourself. There's a statement that says, "Man, know thyself." The child must be able to know what is white, what is black, what is this. It must be able to be taught to understand that you must understand at every point in time what you are doing and why you are doing it. I guess that foundation would aid in also the child when in the use of technology, wanting to find out why this is used, why this must be this, and why it must be this. One child who I engaged the last time, a friend's daughter, was asking me why I'm using two phones, mobile phones. He's realized that I'm using a mobile phone, iPhone and Samsung, and was wondering whether one phone couldn't do what the two phones could do. And I think that is a very, very, very important question that the child asks, because he's wondering why are you using two phones? Is it not going to stress you? And I already see that your hair is white, so it means that it's already stressing you. So we must teach kids to know that they must, have knowledge of whatever they are doing and all that. I think the foundation is very important when we start from there. And then our curriculum development in schools, it must take that point as well, so that in advancing curriculum or maybe reforms in curriculum, we may capture some of these things as a very important way of, or tactics or strategy, as you say, of dealing with some of these things. I think it matters.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. I think you said 2 strategies.
Yes.
It is through advocacy.
Okay.
And then in our schools, in the community, on the social media, I think when we get the message across, everybody will hear.
So
And then
advocacy and
advocacy, awareness creation.
Okay.
And then again, capacity building.
All right.
Capacity building also matters. With expertise, I think we will be able to learn and then do the needful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mom.
Now you have the microphone to yourself.
Yes, so I will try to clarify myself.
But you have to be.
Yeah. Okay, so especially Mom, I mean the burden I was using, I mean it should continue. So the STEM program should continue. I was very happy when you were mentioning schools like Wesley Girls and then other people already continuing with the STEM program.
You like to fight. Please go straight to my question. 2 strategies.
So before I go to your question, I will say that thank you, Mom. So one strategy is, I think, we not in our, especially in our various curriculum, we not suppressing the ancestral knowledge. For example, our ancestors, there were no models, they were not up and then other things, but they were able to predict the rainfall exactly. And then build systems to, prove it that it will happen. So they know that they are going to plant in May and then June because it will rain. Our ancestors can look at the skies and say that it is going to rain today. And in about 30 minutes, 1 hour, they will come to say that it seems it will not rain here, it will rain on the other side. So this ancestral knowledge will help the girls, especially who are learning, let's say, meteorology and then climate-related programs. How can our ancestors, let me expatiate it a little. How can our ancestors come and look at the sky and said it will rain, and then the few minutes you said it seems it will not rain here today, because they look at the direction of the wind, or maybe when they are seeing, if they are seeing a system at the northeast, they look at the direction of the wind. In 30 minutes, when they come and they see that the system is not moving in a particular direction towards where they are able to predict that no, the wind direction is maybe blowing against the system. Therefore, it is the rain will not come to where we are. Another one is they were able to predict time. They were not having watch and other things. They can see that this time is 3 o'clock, this time is 6 o'clock. At this time, it is going to be dark and then others. And they use that same scenario or knowledge to build the pyramid. If you look at the pyramid in Egypt and the pyramid in Mexico that were built by Aztecs, you can see that when the sun shines, it gives them a certain image. It has a certain length. They know that no, at this time it's 1 o'clock. When the image gets here, it's 2 o'clock. So if the girls or the young people come in, braid themselves with the ancestral knowledge, what is going to happen is that we can use today's technology to build systems, that is models, that will be able to predict, like our ancestors were using those knowledge to predict. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Essien. I didn't get a second one from you, but I presume that we have it, because you and I will talk after. Open mic. Anybody with a question? Yes, please come. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this session. It's been amazing, and I've learned a lot from all the speakers and the panelists. So my comment slash question goes to Madam Olivia. So my name is Priscilla Fajiman. I'm the founder of Green Kids Academy. We are an organization that makes books for children on climate change. So my question is, since you're in the ministry, is there any fund or any process that is going on currently, or project that is going on currently, which involves books or helping or helping their children, especially aged between 6 to 12, access climate information? Because from my observation, I realized that when you look at the youth 13 and above, the minute they hit 13, they have access to all the information on the net. So they don't actually listen or absorb certain information, unlike when you target them earlier, like 6 to 12. With a situation like Ghana, where something as simple as recycling, segregation, still doesn't stick to any generation, I want to know, is there a project going on in the ministry where my book can be relevant? Because for me, I just finished my master's from the Center of Climate Change, and this was part of my side thesis, because I believe that STEM is good, but I strongly believe in STEAM, because people need to see what you are doing. Things that are being produced need to be designed. And when you're talking about even machinery, most coders need UX designers to put these things together. So I want to know, is there a project going on in the ministry where certain project, where my book or my project can fit in? Thank you.
No.
Thank you so much for the question.
Hey, if you ask so many, I'll forget to. If you ask
Maybe you
so
can
many,
write, them. You can write the points down.
Okay. Thank you very much for a wonderful program. My name is Rose Bentokwe. I work with the Ministry of Education under Policy. So I work together with Madam Olivia, and thank you for all the delivery. So let me speak to your question, and then Madam Olivia will add. What I have to say is that as at the end of last week, the standard-based curriculum for kindergarten to basic education has been reviewed again by the Ministry of Education's agency called NACA. NACA is National Council for Curriculum and Assessment. And so this new curriculum has integrated environmental issues, climate issues into kindergarten to basic 6 and beyond syllables. So what is going to happen is that NACA, once the curriculum is complete, NACA also collaborates with book producers, textbook producers, and it is NACA's responsibility and mandate to ensure that every curriculum and book that comes out is approved by NACA. So sometimes you see our textbooks and you see approved by NACA, etc., etc. So whatever instrument that you are producing for use by children, if you want it to be absorbed by the Ministry of Education, it is your responsibility to contact NACA and to give them your sample and to work it out with them. And then also, I believe they have their details online. Their curriculum is online. You can study it and see whether what you are producing is within the context of the syllabus. So that is the direction for you. Thank you very much. So what I wanted to add was on the last point, strategies for. So when Dr. Essien was talking, I was just summarizing what he was saying, and I believe is with regards to improving our socialization processes using indigenous knowledge in our homes. So everything was saying, like, we know we are socialized in our homes, everything that we should do. So strengthening our socialization processes, which is becoming weak now. We don't contact our grandparents anymore. We are born and bred in the city. We don't know what is indigenous knowledge. If you tell my children to eat in poto, they will say something else. So these are local knowledge that we have to strengthen. And the other point I wanted to add was collaboration, like we are doing here. Who should attend? If every of those names should be here. I believe that by the time we leave here, policymakers, educators, STEM professionals, if all of us should be here and collaborate, by the time we leave here, we'll have a very strong, and I think that I'm taking home the home gardening point. So I'm bringing together women in my community to start home gardening so that the expensive tomatoes, we can harvest some. Thank you very much.
Tomatoes is really expensive, huh?
Yeah.
Please, are you taking two or more questions? Any more questions, contributions? There's a lady at the back. We should stop concretizing our compounds. Concrete blocks, among other things. How can you plant tomatoes?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for such an amazing program. So my question is to Dr. Ishren. As a stakeholder, if you could implement one change tomorrow that would have the greatest long-term impact on empowering girls through STEM to lead environmental solutions, what would it be and why?
Thank you. Any more questions just before? Okay. I think we have the last question for the day.
Two, but I want to answer. I want to answer.
Let me pick it for you. Okay, first of all, I would like to commend our panelists for their tremendous education on climate conference today. My name is Ambassador Chief Dr. Adams, coming from UN Peacekeeping International and Human Rights Advocate. Yeah, we spoke about challenges we face in Africa with respect to climate system over here. But I would like us to touch on attitude towards climate exchange, climate in Africa. Normally, our thinking pattern defines who we are. So what we do reflects on what is happening in the country. So if you are able to change our thinking pattern, I think we can do something in Africa. And then our lady who gave a speech here, Anetu, spoke about accountability. I wish she was here. All right. And if you're able to account of whatever we do each and every day, month or a year, I think that will also help us. So I would like all the panelists to touch on attitude in Africa here, not Ghana. Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. As for the attitude, sometimes, when they say this, like, oh, it's a race thing, but the other African countries that are progressive, take Rwanda, for example. I'm sure Dr. Isen has a lot to say.
Some of us will say democracy is not for Africa.
Thank you. So I'm in the person of Atidopo Kekeli. I'm a public health student and then a student leader. So my question is, with the recent flooding issues that came up, we raised public health concerns. So is there any opportunity for interdisciplinary collaboration between the public health sector and then the STEM sector to create a sustainable development plan? Thank you.
Public health sector and STEM collaborations. Okay. Flooding.
That's your question.
This is a double-barreled question.
Give it to Dr. Adams.
Which of them?
You.
Which of them?
Dr.
Isen.
Okay,
Dr. Isen. Okay. When you are done, I want to
Let me
throw
start from somewhere. About STEM and STEAM. STEM and STEAM is like when you talk about gender. So now you are talking about girls in STEM. Why don't you talk about all of them? So to solve problems in this world, we normally consider the minorities. Okay, so STEM, we find it to be the minorities, and we find it to be also like the bedrock, that when we develop it well, it is going to change the narrative. A typical example is China. They built a whole hospital within some weeks, and or a day, so we need it more. Last year, I was in Turkey. I visited one gold refinery, and they told me they built it within 3 to 6 months. And all those people who worked on that project, when you take it as a whole, about 90% will be put in STEM. So that doesn't mean the STEAM, the A is not important, it's important. But we are normally talking about what we need now. Okay, so the issue of what will I do to promote girls in STEM, something of that sort. That one, I would say, first and foremost, I've done it already and I'm still doing it with my project, that is Shiros in STEM. If you give me the opportunity, especially maybe you put me at a point where I can make policies, like Mom calls Honorable Haruna Idrisu STEM Minister. Maybe I'll also, go for that name, STEM Minister the second.
You'll be an ambassador.
Okay, so what I will do is that, and I published this before, that even the girls or women that are going to our universities or our technical schools to do STEM related or TVET related programs should be given a scholarship. It will give them the opportunity to go there. And then also, I'm very happy we have experienced people in the education field here. The curriculum, STEM curriculums for teaching girls should be considered. Why? Because I've been teaching laboratory technician student general physics, and most of them are girls. And when they come and you ask them, how many of them have difficulty in physics? Many of them will raise their hands, and they are girls. So I will tell them, okay, if you have difficulty in physics, see me in my office after the lecture. And when they come, and then you ask them why physics or mathematics is a problem, they normally attribute it to how they were taught in the basic schools or along the line. Let me tell you one thing. When we started organizing Shiros instead, thank God my board, most of them from the board chair, Captain Tabitha, the medical doctor, Abuzu, and then other, most of them are women. So when they come, they interview them to even know their menstrual cycle. Assuming teaching a girl or a lady mathematics who is in her period, going through pain, and then proving all those rigorous equations, how is it going to go? So I think a lot of things have to be done as far as our curriculum is concerned, and then the way of delivery, okay, in this STEM field. Not only the practical aspect of it, but we need to know the state at which even they are in. I have been an advocate of not writing 2 subjects a day for BECE because of girls in that situation. And I was very happy when Honorable Haruna himself stepped in, that by this time they write 1 subject per day.
Yeah.
So I think if I have the opportunity, this is what I will do.
The second question, with regards to whether the STEM and the environmentalists are collaborating. Is that correct?
Thank you very much. Environment is STEM. We are in EPA. I'm in mining department. Everything happening there on the field is STEM. If you put STEM aside, there's nothing. You remember when my boss is talking, I call him my boss, he's my mentor, and he's my father. Unfortunately, I'm on the same panel with him. So he told you that even the puppet should be used for that. This problem, flooding problem that we are facing is because we failed in our STEM testing. It could other school of thought will say that maybe it rains more than it was or faster than it was within the shortest possible time. But if our engineers are at task, if the engineers are working, we have bigger drains to convey all those, what do you call it, floods to where it's supposed to go. It rains in other places more than here. Health sector is STEM. Okay, the medical doctor himself is part of STEM. The instrument they are using, everything is part of STEM. The carpenter is part of STEM. Everybody is part of the STEM. So the collaboration we are talking about should exist. If it does not exist, then we are not doing anything. And interinstitutional collaboration is also part of our problems, whereby we see every institution doing what they want to do, okay, without we coming together to do it. So I side with you. If you collaborate, I think we can address this problem. For example, in my serious in STEM program, when we wanted to do in Cape Coast, we came as far as Ghana Education Service to meet the Director General to give us letter or what we call mandate or authority, authorize it that we can host that program because we are hosting with the student. And we send copy to Regional Director of Education, the gender, and then all the other institutions. We could have done it without them, you know, but the interinstitutional collaboration are very important, you know. So
Thank you, Dr. Essien.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Doc. With your question, I think Chief said that we should all work at our attitude. You know, attitude forms about 80% of our development in every aspect of our lives. If we do things indiscriminately, throwing of rubbish, building at places where we shouldn't build, these are some of the contributory factors to flooding. So at where I sit, we believe in project development. And we normally give every year like climate day or climate week, we give students projects to work on the environment. So this time around, in collaboration with EPA, in which we work with, we're going to take this problem as a serious matter so that we'll give it to our students to see how best they can get solutions to these flooding challenges within Accra.
Okay.
That is one. Because through Energy Commission, we are able to solve so many of our societal challenges within SDGs. So I believe if we, maybe this year or next year, if we take it as a theme for our students, they can make empirical research and then get solution to this flooding challenge. So that is to STEM education. That is one. Now, coming back to our sister, thank you so much, Madam Rose, for the good submission. That is all that she has told you. Within the Ministry of Education, we have so many agencies. For instance, Ghana Education Service is to promote effective teaching and learning. And even under Ghana Education Service, we have other departments. And my area is the STEM, so we have NACA. So just come to them. Fortunately, we are within the same premises. When I'm done, I can show you the location so that you bring your book for assessment. Assessors are going to assess your book, and if it falls within what they want, it will be accepted. I mean, for schools to be used. That is it. It will be approved. Now, you kept on saying, if A is not there, you won't accept. Please accept. You see, I want to clarify something. We shouldn't fight with STEM and innovation or STEM A, STEM and morals. At a time, one Reverend Minister said we should add M to it. You know, to me, it doesn't, add anything to STEM. The basis is STEM. You can identify art and design in science. Look at our textbooks. Don't you see drawings? Don't you see pictures? Art and design. So for art and design, it cuts across all the STEM components. In technology, that is the product of science. Your phone, your smart board, and all the gadget that we are using, isn't it artistic? So art and design is there. When it comes to mathematics, we look at shapes. Are they not art and design? They are. It is hidden. Do you get it? When it comes to it's STEM, and when it comes to engineering, in the process of using technology and then mathematical this thing to come out with a product, engineering. Don't we involve art and design in the process of engineering? So please, don't stand anywhere and say, but I'm there. No. In 2016, public-private organization from the US Embassy sent a number of us, right from 2016 to 2019, to Kenya, Addis, and Rwanda to train a number of us on STEAM education. And the reason is girls love doing. So for girls to have better understanding in the STEM, there is the need to add art and design. Frankly speaking, ever since we came back and we started with that, we saw, the energy in which the girls put in terms of creating their own models, like the respiratory model, using things within the environment to mold. And it fosters better understanding of various concepts within the strands in our books. So please, art and design cut across. So whether STEAM, whether STEM, both of them are synonymous. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I hope we've had a meaningful discussion so far, and we have heard now how STEM, policy, mentorship, community action can work together to empower girls and advance sustainable development. Thank you so much, my panelists, for this time. Even though Dr. Essien wanted to frustrate me, but no, we've made it. So thank you for your attention. Over to you, Maltiti.
Yeah, sure.
Let somebody take us for this background.
Please, let's do it better for our panel.
Maybe after
And our moderator,
When they are done.
I want Ada Mamenya.
Okay.
Child online
let's
safety,
take.
but she's
Okay.
worn a lot of hats this afternoon or morning, woven a lot of webs around issues that we're discussing. We have the group photo now. And I'm sure that by now it has sunk in that we're really empowering girls to STEM, everything in between, environmental solutions, lifelong learning as a catalyst for sustainability. Thank you so much to our wonderful panel. Dr. Essien, I'll call you back so that you do your speech. Yes, just for as
chairman.
Panelists, But my Protection Authority is doing as far as STEM is concerned. And I'll be very brief. So like I said before, whatever is happening in EPA is more technical. And as somebody from mining department, and we know one of the environmental problems that we are encountering is from mining activities. It was recently, or just few weeks ago, then we had a flood to change the story a little, but it didn't change it too far because it is only the flood that happened in Accra that we didn't attribute it to mining, but the flooding that happened in Samra Boy and then other places, were attributed to mining. So still, mining is also of essence. So in the Environmental Protection Authority Mining Department, we regulate all the mining activities that are done in the country. In there, what we normally do is that before we will give you any permits to go and mine, we make sure that already Mineral Commission has given you the lease. If I say Mineral Commission has given you the lease, I mean in our laws or the Constitution of Ghana, the institution that is in charge of all the mineral in our soil is Mineral Commission. So they should, in the name of the country, Ghana, give you the lease that you can mine. After that, you have to come to EPA for us to decide whether the activity you are going to undertake is going to have effect on the environment or not. Of course, we can't say that there will not be any effect, no matter how safe you do it. But we make sure that the effect is going to be minimized so that it will not affect the people in the long run. So when you come to EPA, apart from the mining lease that we demand, we also need what we call land lease agreement from the owners of the land. That is why EPA still believe that if this Galamsey issue will be solved, it should involve the traditional leaders, the miners, the regulators, and then the government as a whole. Because without the traditional leaders, we can't solve the problems. And that is one major problem that we've been encountering. In some of my interviews, especially at the GTV, where you question me boldly about how we are addressing these environmental problems as far as mining is concerned, I boldly answered that we can't blame the Jubilee House and then the regulators only for that, because I've had many incidents where we go to the field to stop mining activities that are going on right behind somebody's building, and then the person who owns that building will rather attack you. We thought because we are civilians, so we sought the help of military, the Mbema, that the issue, the fear will come. But still, if you're not seeing it with our real eyes, we see it in videos where even military men are attacked by the community, including the women in the community, for stopping galamseyers. So this has been the issue. If you really want to address the galamsey issue, the traditional leaders, the owners of the land, should come on board. In that case, if you come to EPA, then we realize that, oh, you don't even have the site plan of the land. You don't even have the lease agreement from the landowners. It means EPA cannot give you the permits to mine. Okay, after meeting all these requirements, if we happen to give you the permit, before then we even go there to do what you call field inspection or field verification to see that, did you start mining before coming to EPA, or has anything been done on the land? What is actually existing on the land before the mining, and then other things. And after that, we recommend for some certain detailed scientific research and then analysis to be done on the land. What we call it, environmental impact assessment, where you need other instruments to test what is on the land and then others, the existing. And we have a clause in our LI 2504. And that clause is a regulation on what we call the reclamation. EPA is going to make sure that after mining, you need to reclaim the land. Reclaiming doesn't mean you can bring whatever you take off or you destroy it, but at least you restore it to some certain situation. One will ask, how do you ensure that? First and foremost, you will take your money. We call something reclamation bond. We will let you pay huge amount of money and then put it in a particular account, escrow account, and then that money is there in the name of EPA and then the company until you finish mining, and then you do the closure plan and then everything. We go through, we come to the field and then see that you've done all what you're supposed to do. Then we say the bank to pay your money to you. If you've not done all what you're supposed to do to restore the environment, then the money goes to government. For example, if you go by open pit method, surface mining, you create a very big pit and then you are not able to cover it up. Of course, it's not economical. Then we are going to say that your money is not coming to you anymore. That money is going to government. Saying that doesn't mean the regulators should not be blamed for the predicament or from the difficulty or the bad environment that we are happening. Everybody is to be blamed. I was very happy when our ambassador spoke about attitude. So the regulators are to be blamed. We have to do enough. By this time, you shouldn't go to field before you know what is going on. You should have drones, you should have satellite imagery, you should have the systems to monitor everything at the right time. But all those things are not there. Let me tell you something to end my speech. Recently, there was a public hearing of a company that is going to do reconnaissance along the west coast and then central coast of Ghana. Because, in Ghana, there are some rivers that are rich in gold. I'll mention few. And that doesn't mean you should talk to somebody to go there to the river to do galamsey, because there's no law in Ghana that allow anybody to mine on water bodies. For that reason, I'm not going to mention the names of the rivers. So what is happening is that, these rivers flow into the sea, and the gold flow along it, along the rivers. And then for so long a time, science, should I say believe? In science, you don't use believe. Madam, which word should I use? No, it doesn't. That is political science. Assent, very good. That for so long a time, since the colonial masters went, this gold has been flowing into the sea and has been deposited into the sea. And you can't leave it just like that. So they are going to do reconnaissance. I will not say prospecting, because in prospecting in our laws, it means at least you try to dig or have a physical kind of contact. This one, they are going to use physics, again, STEM. And I said, we should not separate what you are learning from the classroom from what is happening on the field. When I was going to UCC to do engineering physics or physics, my friends told me that for physics, you are only going to be a teacher. Today, I'm working at Environmental Protection Authority. These Canadians have developed a system using physics. They've developed what we call magnetometer. Magnetometer is an instrument that measures the strength and then direction of a magnetic field. So they are going to put this magnetometer on aircraft, a small aircraft, and they will fly it along our coasts. And you know what? Somebody will say, but gold is not a magnetic material. So how can we measure its field or strength and then other things? But the fact is that, again, STEM, it proves that there are other metals that are associating with wherever gold is. So it's like, baby, at least, because without that, you cannot eat the fufu. Those who do not understand the local language, wherever you see fufu, you see soup. Okay, yeah. So wherever you see gold, there are other metals that are associated with. So when you see maybe a particular metal here, it means there is a gold there. So they are going to, the system is actually going to measure the magnetic field of those metals associating with gold. And through that, they will be able to know that no, there is this amount of metal in our seas. And if there are this amount of metals in our seas, it means that this amount of gold in our seas. So in that case, they will be able to mine it or quantify the gold in our seas and then mine it. And in seeing the blocks along these areas, one of the easiest places they picked or they use as a basis is Elmina. Elmina, when our colonial masters came, that is the Portuguese, it was Lamina. Lamina in Portuguese means the mine. So they name it. And it also comes with not putting the ancestral knowledge, say that they are archaic, oh, they are archaic, you don't need it. No. We should bring all of them to bear. And it is only when we bring all those knowledge to bear, then we can be able to develop solutions for today's problems. So Elmina happens to be one of the richest blocks among what they are, the other blocks that they are finding. So with all this, EPA is doing a lot. And we can't do it without the public. EPA does not even give any permits or any, let me say permits to anybody to do anything without even engaging the public. With this, project I'm narrating, we call as far as the chiefs, researchers from the university, and all other institutions, Ghana Navy, Ghana Maritime Authority, and then everybody come and share ideas of what we can do. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I told you, EPA is boldly using STEM to do everything that is supposed to do to safeguard the environment. We need you, we need the politicians, we need Jubilee House, we need the chiefs, the journalists, and then everybody, so that together the STEM we are talking about can be used to address all the environmental problems. Recently, there was a flood, and I want to clarify some certain point or a point. And there was a whole argument about who was in the aircraft and who walked to where the flood are. There wasn't any question like, what is the solution? Because if you are thinking about solution, it doesn't matter who walked there or who was in the flight. But I think, I'm not being too political, but let me go straight to the point. I'm a space physicist. And before even the space age came, which I think was started by Russians before US came, there was a man who lived, Socrates. He wasn't a scientist. Was he? Yeah. But he has all the ideas, everything about science. And that is what I side with Madam Mom, that idealism cannot be relegated to the background. Idealist stage is very important. He said something. He said, man must rise above the earth to the top of the atmosphere and beyond, for only thus will be fully understand the world in which he lives. If you really want to solve a problem in this world, you need to fly above it. When you fly above it, within the shortest possible time, you have the field of view. You have the full picture of the problem. And if you have the full picture of the problem, you can develop solution to it. A word to a wise is enough. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, Pan-Africanists, climate and something, something, and all the audience here gathered. Thank you.
Dr. Essien, you are in Ghana and Canada. You are saying something. But thank you so much. Dr. Patrick Essien is a walking, breathing physics, and he works with a very brilliant Professor Nana Ama Brown Kluche. I'm sure you've heard of the EPA boss who wanted to fly helicopters and shoot and kill all of them. I heard Awo saying that democracy is not helping us. Maybe it's not, but maybe we can localize it to our own setting. But ladies and gentlemen, very, very fruitful discussions we've had today. It's been quite a marathon, but thank you so much for your commitment, your patience as well. At this point, let me call on our chairman for the occasion, Chairman Adams, to come here and give us his chairman's closing remarks for today, day one, because tomorrow we'll be back here again with more conversations, insightful discussions around the EELL 2026.
All right. Distinguished guests, fellow panelists, policy makers, educators, researchers, development partners, young innovators, the girls, and all the boys, ladies and gentlemen. As we bring this important session to a close, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to our panelists and participants for the in-depth passion and practical insight brought to today's session of the conference, and particularly the discussions that we've had today. Africa's green future cannot be achieved without the full participation and innovation and leadership of girls and young women. We have recognized that empowering girls in STEM requires more than enrolling them in science classrooms. It demands sustained investment in quality education, practical training, mentorship, digital access, scholarships, internship, innovation, and funding. And that will bring a meaningful environmental decision-making to us as a country and as an African continent. We have also learned that Africa does not have a choice when it comes to promoting environmental education and lifelong learning. Africa does not also have a choice to choose between ancestral knowledge and emerging technology, but to embrace the two. By combining initial environmental wisdom with artificial intelligence, climate change, climate science, education, engineering, and other innovations, our girls can develop solutions that are both technologically advanced and responsive to African realities. Most importantly, we must build stronger bridges between science, policy, and education. Scientific knowledge must influence policy or public policy, and that policy must create opportunities, and education must also prepare girls not merely to participate, but to lead in terms of innovation and technological advancement. I would urge all of us that this discussion should not end within the walls of this conference or within this conference hall. Let its recommendations be translated into the conference communique and national policies, school programs, industry partnership, and community action. When we educate a girl, we unlock potential. When we invest in innovation, we are able to strengthen the communities that we live in. And when we give a seat at the decision-making table, we transform Africans' future. On behalf of the session, the organizers, and all of us, I thank the Pan-African Center for Climate Policy, the organizers of this distinguished program, and our distinguished speakers, our audience, panelists, and all of you, each one of you here, who contributed to this meaningful, impactful engagement. I hereby bring this session to a close, and I thank you, and may the Almighty God bless our homeland Ghana and the African continent. Thank you all.
Thank you to our chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it better for him. We put the responsibility on his shoulders. Mr. Gabriel Nikome Adams, he delivered excellently. So our speakers, we want you to come in front here, and then everybody else can join so that we do a group photo and we can exit for snacks. Thank you.